Dímelo, estamos ready, hemos llegado, Jogo bonito no más. ¿Cómo estás?
Lamentablemente sin voz del primer partido, un poco dolido. Brasil, pueden ver, tenía su camisa aquí, nos fuimos para la casa, difícil. Perdimos en penales, un gol de Neymar que obviamente pensaba que era el final del partido, pero me dolió. Aunque sea tú tienes un cigarro ahí y te lo estás disfrutando, aquí 0-0, Argentina en el minuto número 2, vamos a hacer unas apuestas en vivo, pero dolido. Vamos a ver si ahora como inversionista de deporte se me arregla el día.
See, I don't want. Listen, we're gonna forget about the heart. We're gonna go business, todo puro business on this live edition, the quarterfinal edition of Dimelooo with Ozzie Jr. I'm Jim Rodriguez. Mike Ruga is gonna join us a little bit. We're gonna have guests. We're gonna have a good time as we live bet this quarterfinal match between Argentina and the Netherlands, with the winner playing Croatia. Increíble that went down. So, Ozzie, let's get started here. I've got my little Casa Cueva cigar. I got some drinky drinks. So we're bunkered in for the next 2 hours and hope you join us with us there. And look who's here, my friend. Dímelo.
Yo.
What's up, dude?
Yo, I'm still in shock, man.
I love it. Well, listen, I was telling Ozzie, and now it's time to get down to business, and let's do some live betting. And you can join us if you go to the PointsBet app, pointsbet.com, or download the PointsBet app. Sign up, and you can do live betting with us. Ozzie's going to drive the bus. He's out there in Illinois, where one of the gambling hotspots of sports investing. And Ozzie, I can tell you the one bet I've already made, as the match is scoreless right now. I went on PointsBet. I love both teams to score in this match, plus 105. I like that.
Of course, both teams to score is always a great action. So I've actually been playing around with a lot with this new feature. We got here the lightning bet. Okay, I used it in the last game. It was probably my most positive point in the game, other than Neymar's goal. But like right now, which I already have this bet in, I have it for minute 0 to minute 5, plus 165 over 0.5 in corners, and you can do goal kick. You can pretty much make any play, and that's what we're going to be focusing on today. Obviously, we might take some action in the half, but right now we're looking at that corner kick happening in the first 5 minutes. So we got to root for a corner kick.
All right, so we're ready for this. We're ready for this now. Now, the one thing that I want to know also is, if you go to PointsBet right now, you can get the action. This is the way the match result sits. You've got Netherlands winning the match at plus. This is all in full time, in 90 minutes. Not if it goes to extra time, overtime, penalty kicks, nothing like that. This is in 90 minutes. You got the Netherlands plus 260. Interesting, the draw plus 185. That's gone down. This morning, you could have gotten it plus 210. So it's gone down to plus 185 in Argentina winning the match, plus 130.
No, absolutely. And that's because obviously you look at the lineups, the way that it's changed. Before we jump into that, though, I'm going to take this plus 165. Okay, I'm going to take this action right now.
There you go.
I'm going to put $5 on it. You can actually start a parlay if you want. So we're gonna put this action on to win $13, and we're gonna root for that corner.
No, and I understand. You look like you're living your best life right now.
I don't know whose house this is, but hopefully they don't come back till after 4 o'clock. So
you got the pool.
I was walking by, saw the fence was open, and I said, "When okay." I gave the dogs a couple of bits. I always have like some dog treats in my pocket just in case.
So they can leave you alone.
You guys got to come down here, man. You guys got to come down.
You looking like you living your best life. You got the yak. You got the pool in the back. Miami vibes.
That's why I always tell people this is I'm not a comedian. You're the professional, Mike. But the joke I always tell people, this is why I married a white woman. It made my credit score go up. That's it.
I love it.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little jealous right now.
Well, listen, I'm jealous because I've got to live vicariously through you guys. I'm in Florida, so we're waiting to get on this whole, live betting spectacular. Mikey, you're in New York. Obviously, Ozzie, you're in Illinois. So I'm loving it. So Mike's my plug, and so is Ozzie. I say, Ozzie, listen, I'm gonna send you a little cash. Bet this, bet that. So Ozzie put in all my bets in this morning. I was bugging him.
So and listen, you mentioned the corner kick, right? It, 5 minutes. So yeah, that didn't happen.
Yep.
Because I'm watching the game live.
So now we're looking at the next.
If you see my eyes rolling over there. Go ahead.
The only thing that's a negative about real time is that you can see you losing in real time. But right now, they're moving the ball pretty well. You see here, right here, though, like this bet, obviously it's only 5 minutes, but a goal kick awarded or a free kick. Okay, this is obviously for a penalty. Okay, plus 450. Obviously, that's why it's so high. But here, this is interesting. A corner awarded, if a corner kick is awarded, or if you get a goal score. So if we actually figure out in like those 5 minutes when they're going to score the goal, plus 3,000. So if you bet $1, you're winning
30 to 1. Yeah.
Wow.
So
30 to 1. So you're winning $30.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Now, I thought it was a little high, Ozzie, this morning when I told you the total goals in the game is over 2.5. So I went under 2.5. That's obviously the favorite. I got it at minus 170. I feel like we're not going to have a lot of goals, even though we've got Messi and Cody Gakpo and Memphis Depay and all those guys. I don't think we're going to see a lot of goals today.
No, especially in a match where you're going to play in an elimination. You don't want to overexpose yourself. That's why we're critiquing Brazil. They took the goal and they stopped trying to play. They kind of just sat on their laurels, kind of looking at the clock running out. Again, I always feel like when you score, you want to go up one more. That's what we'll look at. Like once the team scores, especially like Argentina, I'm going to start looking at the team to win by more than 1.5, because when you score a second goal, that's when you really blow them out. Okay. It's like in baseball, taking a 4-run lead, or in basketball, taking that. Anything under 10, you're like, okay, we got a shot. We got a foul. You go to the line. In soccer, for me, it's that 10 goal. Is that to score the next goal? Again, it's something that you can definitely do. And again, we still have the first half props open. We got the Argentina. You got minus the draw at minus 145. So obviously you got to pay the juice, but not horrible. I know there's people that don't care about paying the juice. Looking for a goal, which I still think that we're probably going to go 0-0 in the first half, just because that's just the nature of the game. I feel like teams play very conservative, so yeah, we'll see. We're looking at here, placing those bets again. We're going to do the corners now. We're going to go to the minute. We're doing it now. I'm doing it for minute 15 through minute 19:59, and it's funny because if it goes to 20, I still don't win. So it's extremely important for these sports books to be looking at the game, the action live, because obviously it makes a huge difference of when it legally is counted as it did happen. So I got my other app here available.
What about the smart parlay?
The smart parlay for today, or meaning in general?
For today.
Well, today my parlay is destroyed because I had Brazil winning. But you could probably you can do a same game parlay right now to add to the bet slip. So there's this one right here: Messi scoring, Argentina winning the match, and then having over 1.5 goals at plus 350.
I see.
I'll tell you what.
Parlay.
The one, I guess, good thing about Brazil being eliminated is it keeps alive the dream matchup, fellas, of a Ronaldo versus Messi final, because Portugal is still alive on the other bracket. They're going to play Morocco tomorrow. Can you imagine if we get a Messi Ronaldo final? Oh, that could be the greatest World Cup ever.
And not only that, is both for their last World Cup, isn't it?
You would think so. You theoretically think so. Again, because of their ages, could Ronaldo physically probably attend another World Cup?
Could Messi?
Could Messi probably? But again, do they want to at that point in their lives, age-wise?
Well, so the thing.
Are they giving Netherlands a free kick?
So Mike, what do you think about these? What do you think about these uniforms, man? I don't know. Every time I see the Netherlands, I always think they're like playing a prison team. Every time I see
them, right? It makes me want to get a mango.
I mean, that Croatia Brazil may have been the all kit team. I mean, those uniforms were banging on both sides there.
Yeah, right. I feel like I'm watching a soccer version of Orange is the New Black. And Ozzie, a quick question, right? Going back to the bets, what's the best $1 bet to make right now?
You know what? The best $1 bet right now, I would say card shown in one of the minutes in the flash bets. Again, I would say goal score.
I feel like I was going to see a card right now.
You know what? The more that you see a game getting physical, and that's a huge opportunity because the more you get the game gets physical, the way that refs control the game, okay, for the game not to get out of hand is using the cards. They're probably not going to use a card. So here you don't need a red card. You just need a card, period. So card shown, yes, is plus 3,000. Yep. It doesn't even have to be a red card. You know, and in games like this, it's very hard for them to pull out a red. In general,
not for nothing. Argentina is known to get physical when they really want to win.
It will get physical. It will get physical in the sense like you don't want to get kicked out, but you're trying to one up. Again, people get testy. The fans get into it. This is like when you're talking about making an emotional bet. You're watching the match. You're looking how the game goes. Okay, this is a little action, a couple slide tackles. Okay, you know you know that the refs are going to try to control the match with that. And again, I'm doing all this as I'm watching the game. This is what's great about live betting. I'm also looking at stats. So right now we got one foul for each team. Okay, so not a lot of fouls, and we only have one shot on goal so far. So the teams are getting still in the rhythm of what they're doing. So as I'm watching the game, I'm watching the game, but also looking at the stats as I have them pulled up.
Do you think temperature plays a big part in this?
Oh, it's huge. Again, you're talking about fatigue. Okay, you're talking about the way that they're looking at their bodies. You know, we saw Vinicius get taken out in the last game. You see, right now the game's getting testy. Two fouls to one, no cards yet. So I am going to look at that card bet in the minute 19. And in the next minute, you could bet card shown yes plus 2,000. I'm going to use my free bet. Let's use that free bet that I got.
And that's the beauty about PointsBet. You're constantly getting these free bets and the lightning bets. Lots of opportunities to get some action in. I mean, that's the idea. And then you're lucky enough to be able to have a cocktail, have a smoke, watching the game. I mean, this is the ultimate man cave experience, no matter where you are, and it all comes through PointsBet just by signing up and getting on there. So Ozzie here, I see a lightning bet here from 20 to 25 minutes. Boy, I'd love if there's a penalty. I mean, what 66-1, Ozzie? If there's a penalty in the next 5 minutes, I'd throw $1 on that.
How much is the penalty for?
If there's a penalty, it's 66-1.
Ooh.
Put a buck on there, you got $60, $66.
Right here on this one, right? Goal kick awarded. Shots on target, free kick, goal kick. Here we go.
Oof.
Guide me on that one where we're at. Again, here we got player props again, which they stay open the whole time. Messi's obviously the favorite. You got Alec. Select a player.
They even got bets on players staying open for the whole game.
Yeah, so you got the shots on target. So like here, Alex McAllister to have one or more shots on target, that's actually a pretty good bet because obviously he's going to put the ball in play. So let me actually take that bet. It just went up to 200. So now we got to root for McAllister McAllister to shoot on target one time, and so we got 2 shots on goal. We'll win that one.
Yeah, so far neither team's come close to scoring a goal. Almost seems like everyone's just kind of feeling each other out a little bit.
They're like, I know they're feeling the vibe right now. That's what's going on.
It's like when you're doing a boxing match, or like right now in the first couple rounds, everyone's just kind of testing themselves.
You know who does that a lot too? Mayweather. Speaking of boxing,
well, he's the best to ever do it.
He fills you out for like the first 2-3 rounds.
Definitely, he's made me some good dough, Mr. Floyd.
Yeah, Mayweather was the best, man. He would only fight for about a minute and a half, and then after a minute and a half, he'd go into that. Going to that defense, and he was great. He would drive you crazy. Just ask Canelo about that.
Yeah, speaking of shots on target, right? Have you guys ever dated a woman from Argentina or Netherlands?
I've never been. I've kissed a woman from Argentina. I think I have been with Argentina before. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yes,
really?
Many moons ago. Young version of Ozzie.
Moons ago.
Don't get yourself in trouble. Don't get yourself a red card, Ozzie. That's it, man.
How many moons?
I used to go to international school, so it was a lot easier.
International school sounds interesting.
Yeah, a lot of you know what? I went with a lot of girls that were Dutch. The Orange Machine, obviously. So when I was young, Netherlands were a powerhouse in soccer, but a lot of beautiful girls from Netherlands. So again, the Netherlands are a team that people in the States might not know this, but they've always been a power, a very good team soccer-wise. So it's not surprising. It might be surprising to us here in North America that they're in they're in this round, because Argentina is just obviously closer, and we know Messi, but they have a very good team. When you break it down player by player, they're very talented.
Well, I had my own little World Cup. I guess I had a German girl once. They did a Colombian girl once.
Nice.
And I lived about it, so that's important.
We have a lot of Colombians where I'm from.
That's right. Out in Jersey?
Yeah, especially Elizabeth. Morris Ave is a street with like 40 Colombian restaurants. Ooh. And the funny part is they all do
una bandeja parce.
Un calentado mixto. and it's funny. Yeah, all those restaurants do good.
Oh yeah, man. We eat well in Colombia, I'll tell you that.
But it's funny because they're all on the same street. It's like you would think, that 1 or 2 or 3 will be empty because the other one
would break off, right? No.
Yeah, but there's so many options, but no, they all do good. I had a Colombian girl one time get mad at me and call me culi cagado. I still don't know what that means to this day.
Well,
sounds sexy.
Sounds sexy, right? I don't know if she was complimenting.
Is that part of the play that we had going there? Call me that again. Well, we just had a corner kick there, Ozzie.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Weird take. And again, when you're taking these bets,
Messi's going for it. Ooh,
action on the half on going ending in a draw. I usually like to do that around minute 20.
Well, Messi just went for it, but he didn't succeed.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
What's crazy about Messi? Those kicks he do, those crazy kicks end up going in eventually. So you got to be very careful with those kicks.
I mean, obviously Messi's the high profile, the high level athlete here, but you got plus 140 for him to score a goal, plus 350 to score the first goal, and I thought pretty interesting as well, plus 350 to score the last game. So interesting there. Yeah,
I would think it would be the opposite.
We're looking at the flash bets because obviously later in the game those odds are going to go up for Messi scoring. Okay.
Yeah.
And the next minute, and again, you can see that the bets have changed. They went from having 5 minutes. So like you can see this is right here, my favorite, the next 5 minutes. Again, a corner kick, which is a big fan of that one. Because again, you're going to guess in the minute is harder, but you got to stay on top of it because obviously the odds change very quickly.
And sometimes
go ahead, Jim.
sometimes Mike and Ozzie, sometimes you're better off waiting. In other words, when the match started, and the bet that I made was that both teams were going to score a goal, so that was plus 105. So it was a little bit more than even money. If you check PointsBet now, since we're like almost halfway through the first half, and it's 0-0, now the bet for both teams to score is plus 185, so almost 2-1. So if this thing goes to halftime scoreless, I'm sure that's going to go up because, again, it's less time for these teams to score. And this is all in 90 minutes as well, right? So I'll tell you what, I think I might have to let Papa Ozzie float me another couple of bucks here and make another both teams to score bet, especially a plus 185.
For sure. And that's something that when you're looking at it, obviously you're looking at the odd changes, and you can see obviously it changes. It says suspended. Again, if you're watching the game, I watch it with my phone in my hand. I got my computer open. Again, I'm looking at the stats. It's a quick update here on the dates. We've had possession, obviously 50-50, but not a lot of corner kicks. There hasn't been a corner kick yet, so that's going to be a huge market at halftime. No cards, only 3 fouls. They're playing very passive. So it's going to be interesting the way there is. We got no substitutions have been made yet. So a pretty passive game right now so far from what I expected.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, which tells me, fellas, we're going to see an uproarious second half. Ahí se van a matar. They're going to be after each other's throats. They're going to be like the pirate with the knife in his mouth, in the second half, especially if this thing's go scoreless. This feels we're going to be here for a bit. This is great. You're watching our live stream betting of the quarterfinal match between Argentina and the Netherlands right here on JefeBet.com. Thanks to our folks at PointsBet. They're providing the platform, PointsBet.com. That's where you can make the bets with Mike Ruga, Ozzie Jr. I'm Jim Rodriguez. We host Dimelooo every weekend. We've got NFL bets, we've got basketball bets every day, and of course you can hit us up on our social media for our daily bets that we do a little vignette every day. Mike, where can we find you on social media, brother?
At Mike Ruga on all social media platforms. No underscore, no nothing. It's at Mike Ruga.
And Ozzie, where can we find you?
OGN Jr. in Instagram. That's where you'll find me, and on Twitter and obviously Facebook. I'm there doing all the action. My Facebook right now is very negative.
Negative as in like the tweets you're posting?
No, I was just very depressed after my last poise one. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. That was my.
How much money did you lose last game? If you don't mind me asking.
A lot. It was an emotional loss. So when I lose in a game, as I'm making it as an investment, okay, I learned that number one, you should never bet what you don't have. Okay, number two,
number one rule.
I take it like as if I'm making a financial investment.
So don't bet what you don't
have. Yeah. You always got to be responsible. So but I'll make a financial investment. So I'm usually making a decision based on not an emotional decision. I'm looking at the stats. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the game, and I'm saying, okay. And if I lose, I just walk away. So I wasn't upset because I lost the bet, not specifically for that one. But so I wasn't upset. I usually don't get upset about bets, but for this, I got upset because I lost the game. Okay. Just the game in general. Obviously, I probably lost. I haven't even looked yet, but I had a lot of futures bet with Brazil winning it all. But that being said, I don't usually get upset with bets. I'm going to be honest with you. When I get really upset with bets, when I bet NFL, and I know that Jay and I had the right bet, and then the coach does something completely stupid, like not run out the clock, not kick a field goal. Because you made the right move, but this idiot just decided to do something completely different. So that's when I get upset more with betting, when I know that something should have happened and it didn't.
Everybody in my house knows what's up with me. When all of a sudden I get up out of the couch and I start taking a walk, I got to go to the backyard.
I need some fresh air.
I got to go to the backyard. Well, it's raining. I don't care. I got to go to the backyard.
and I like
the umbrella.
I'm a huge underdog guy. I love underdogs. So I bet the other day, I bet the Lakers, and all my friends were like, "You're an idiot." They had just gotten beat in Cleveland. They were playing the Raptors. LeBron was out. AD was out. Everybody was out. The line went to plus 15, and I was like, I'm taking the Lakers.
And this happened recently, right?
Yeah.
They were down 40 at the half. So.
Oh, that's the one where.
Well, my dad used to say, si lo vas a cagar, cágalo extraordinariamente. I mean, make it an unbelievable screw up. Make it an unbelievable bad bet.
Again, another thing that I want to tell people, like when you're making bets, okay, and you're looking at a bet, okay, and you're looking at a 5-minute bet, okay, next 5 minutes. And I'm probably going to do, we've probably at this point done what, like 6 or 7. Probably I would do a lot more if I wasn't, trying to concentrate, talking, watching. But let's say we're making flash bets. My unit drive, okay, when I bet on a one play is not the same of something that I'm betting pregame. So that's something outcome-wise. Like if I put something like futures, for example, on like the Yankees winning the division, I might put like $1,000 on that because it's like, there's a long game to it. Like there's a lot of opportunity. Mm-hmm. Returns going to be high, but I wouldn't put like a huge number on something that's going to happen in like 4 minutes. So that's when I make my evaluations on a parlay, for example. My parlays are very different. If it's like more of a parlay, I always play I play a parlay for the Dimelooo parlay, which is like the dogs that we pick. I usually don't bet that as high as like I pick with like teams that we know are like our big games of the week, because if you do statistically and you start measuring them, I'm going to win more on the which we've done really good with the dogs, but I know I'm going to win more on the statistical game. So that's like my bets. Some people are like, I'm going to bet every single time $10. That's not very smart. So money management is part of like of this stuff of like, and that's why I love PointsBet, because they have like these free money. Like you'll be betting and they'll be like, you have 3 free bets. Like I'll throw that money on like some dumb bet, like they're gonna score in the next minute, because if it hits,
that's the one that hits. That's the one that hits every time.
You're giving me
By plus. The way, boys, I just checked on PointsBet as we're getting into the 30th minute here of the game, of the match. Both teams to score in the match up to 2 plus 200. It's doubled since the start of the match, up to plus 200. So it is insane right now.
Wow.
So here we again, they're playing extremely. This is like when I watch boxing and I think or UFC, and I think that there's going to be a strategy to what they're doing, and the strategy completely has changed. They're very passive, both sides. I don't like the strategy where they're like, we want to go to penalties. Penalties are like a shootout, okay, or like extra innings in baseball. Anything can happen. So I'm very surprised how calm Argentina is at the moment.
You think they're playing calm?
I do. I think that they're being very tactical, looking for the right play. Because
we got a yellow card.
So when you're looking at that one, we would have hit the yellow card plus the free kick if they're getting one. So we got the first card. So like right now, there's only been 1 shot on goal. That's a pretty crazy statistics that you're thinking about it. 1 shot on goal. It's like, imagine watching a basketball game and they've only, shot to the basket 1 time. And we still haven't hit the corner. So that's why that corner market is still pretty big. They might go the whole half without doing a corner on each side. And the reason that's also happening, Mike, is because they're playing so conservative. Usually when you're playing conservative, you usually don't have a lot of corner kicks.
Facts. I'm waiting for a corner kick. That's a very deadly kick as well for Messi. That's like one of his specialties.
Indeed. And when you're looking at him, like that's, I get in for Messi, the dangers of Messi being on is that he's a very dangerous free kick shooter. So him being like on that end, when you're looking at him, it's very dangerous because you don't want to, you're sometimes looking for a foul, from a standpoint of you're looking for that free kick. So looking at it,
they're looking for that goal, man. They're looking for it.
Well,
what's up, boys? What did I miss? 2 goals?
No.
5 penalties.
Todavía no.
I'll tell you what, man. This is set up, boys, for a second half to remember. I mean, obviously the extra time of Croatia, Brazil, that's got to be one of the greatest points in time in World Cup history, the way that turned out. Don't forget. And at halftime of this match, don't go anywhere because we're going to have our NFL bets. We're going to have perritos, our partidazos. NFL Week 14 is upon us. the Baker Mayfield pulled one out of his earth last night and crushed all the bettors out there, beating the Raiders. Raiders are going to Raider. But at halftime of this match, this Argentina-Netherlands, we will be doing our NFL bet. So don't go anywhere. There's always gambling going on, thanks to our buddies at PointsBet.
Facts. Shout out to PointsBet.
Hopefully my day gets better, since obviously we are,
you got to come back from that Brazil loss, man.
That's
it. Everybody's
clowning.
I took a picture with my trophy. Obviously, I had my
Are
jersey.
they bullying you? Are you getting bullied, Ozzie? Is that what it is?
Ozzie, blink twice if you need help.
They're saying all this age so bad. And again, you got Pele who's sick. He's probably, so sad right now, could pass away of a broken heart. It's just bad. And people are taking this advantage to get on me, which is, it happens. Again, I was also talking a lot of smack.
By the way,
they moved the ball pretty good on that one right there. I was a big fan of that play right there. Give me that. And again, when goalies haven't had a lot of action, a lot of balls kicked to them, that first shot that comes at you, at this point, there's only been like 2-3 shots. It gets pretty crazy pretty quickly. There could be a lot of opportunities there, but I'm very surprised.
Goal! Woo!
They got it in.
That was nice.
Dimelooo!
Let's fucking go, Latinos.
If you're betting that half like I just did, your money's gone. Again, it's just
Ozzie, what's going on?
I'm getting rolled, but Argentina here 1-0. You're gonna see them drop back again. I don't recommend it, but Argentina huge goal for Argentina. They're in the advantage of it right now.
That was a sweet one. I saw it coming from a mile away. Look at that nice pass. Look at Haron Solo.
And now all of a sudden, that if you had bet both teams to score at 2-1, you're halfway there now. You're halfway there.
Yeah, how much you win if the Netherlands score now?
You were going to double your money if you got it a couple minutes ago. If you bet it plus 200, now we need La Máquina to get in there.
Yeah,
and I keep telling you, this second half's going to be wild, boys. It's going to be wild.
Why you say that? So now
because now, and Ozzie, you tell me now the Netherlands is going to be playing like crazy now, because now they're fighting for their lives.
Yeah, the Netherlands have to go all in. The Netherlands have to go all in the sense that you need to have them again try to win the quarter, like the half. Okay, so when you're looking, obviously they're reassessing. The books are trying to figure themselves out of what's going on. Kind of like they scored. Let's kind of look at it. What's going on? So like you're looking at the half. So second half. The draw right now, if no one scores in the second half or it ends 1-1, it's plus 140. It's a great bet with a lot of value. But if you bet the Netherlands, it's plus 230, and all you need is the half. And obviously, they're going to come out guns blazing from a goal standpoint, unless you're going to, unless the game ends 1-0, the under is 0.5. So,
yeah. And now, if you were doing the live betting, just like we're doing here, now. All of a sudden, you see, it's kind of like when you're at the train station, all of a sudden, at the time change. Well, now all these lines are going to change now because of how it reflects, in terms of how many over under the total number of goals, what's going to happen, who's going to score first, who's going to score last. I think it's going to be crazy now.
So just in the conversation that we were going on right now, the second half changed. It just went down to plus 110. So it shows you how quickly, you got to stay on your toes, how quickly it changes.
This game is getting too good.
Oh yeah, it's getting
oh damn, we got a man down.
Man down.
We might even get that.
A Piper is down. A Piper is down.
Yo, Jim, we might actually get that Messi and Ronaldo match after all.
I'll tell you, that's I believe a lot in fate. People can say what they want about the FIFA wants this to happen, but I'll tell you what, man. they're the two most iconic players of our generation, right, Ozzie? I think it's fair to say Messi and Ronaldo. And if they actually met in the final, that would be insane. Can you imagine what the ratings would be for that?
I'm actually buy a ticket and go over there and do the show live.
You better take me.
You know what's crazy? And you're right about the two best players in our generation, because they're the ones that they chose for the chess pick. Remember the picture when they're playing chess?
That's right. That's right.
There's a reason why they did that.
I love Memo Ochoa, who's the goalkeeper from Mexico. When he made that save in the penalty kick, they all of a sudden they photoshopped him in that picture, just kind of chilling in the back.
Oh, I saw that. Well, not for nothing, Netherlands are playing pretty good too, better than I expected.
They're hanging in there, man. They're hanging in there.
Right now, the Argentinians are sitting beautiful with that one goal. Obviously, you're going to go in. It's a lot different.
I feel like the weight got lifted off all those people that's at the arena's shoulders.
Oh my God! By the way, after that goal, if you think the Netherlands is going to come back and win the match in 90 minutes, plus 900 now for the Netherlands. Plus 900.
Oh, here we go. If you would have made that bet with Brazil, it would have just gone because honestly, from the Brazil standpoint, again, you're looking at it from a standpoint of Brazil, because obviously you're affected. You go down one goal. If you were obviously a fan not of Brazil, you went and bet in Croatia, and Croatia goes in and comes back. That must have had a huge payout.
And remember how we told you both teams to score went up to plus 200? Well, now it's down to minus 125.
Gotta get on that line. You gotta get on those lines quick. And again, we're gonna look at when we are about to get ready to do our NFL ones. We're going to look at. I'm going to be placing some actions on corner kicks, on over and unders, and on cards. Okay, right now we have no cards. And we're going to have the option of looking at those markets. Okay, we'll be able to see the over unders on cards, and then the over under on corner kicks for the rest of the match. So if you're looking at odds right now with those, let's find it right now. See, there's so many actions, and one of the things that I always recommend is before you start betting is go in and familiarize yourself with the books. And this one points.
Yeah, because it can't. You're right, Ozzie. It can be a little overwhelming when you see all this stuff, and again, and especially in soccer. Soccer is a little different in terms of the amounts you can bet and stuff like that. So it's always good to educate yourself. And PointsBet's got a great tutorial as well that you can use, and just talk to your friends that are maybe the way we do with Mike. Mike hangs out with us. We kind of show him the ropes in terms of what's a bet, what to do, what not to do, and stuff. So it's always good to familiarize yourself. Don't get yourself in the deep end of the pool just yet.
And again, you always start with what you feel comfortable with, in the sense of okay, what markets am I placing action on? Okay, what markets do I feel comfortable with in the sense of just in general? So right here, we're looking at cards. Again, we have no cards so far, but we can bet the over under no cards. Okay, in the rest of the game is plus 1,200. Okay, that's a huge odd, and one that you're like, you know what? Putting $1 on that, putting $5 on that. Again, if there's no cards, that's a huge one. But this one's even better, I think, under 1.5 and even under 2.5. You're still getting plus money. Okay, so unless they go on a foul tear, you're still getting two chances there. Okay, in that standpoint, in the cards. So huge.
Yeah, call it pizza and beer money. Put a little pizza and beer money on it, and you'll be good.
Correct.
Wait, so there's no more cards for the rest of the game? How much
for the rest of the games? If you got the card one right now, it is plus 1,200. So if you put down $10, you're winning 120.
Damn.
Regalado.
Yeah, not bad, right?
Nope,
not bad at all. So as we get close to the halftime, it's Argentina has the lead 1-0. Goodness gracious, it's crazy.
Oh, another card.
So that's going to change right there, obviously. But I like the one that I probably would have taken right now if I had taken it live. It was the other one. It was the one that it was showing you at plus 110, which is, again, you still had a chance of under 2.5 cards.
Love it. Don't forget, NFL bets are coming. NFL Week 14 is here. We're going to a little English and Spanish for you. Lots of bets to talk about. The Eagles, and then the biggest perrito Ozzie, the biggest dog of the week. We're going to be talking about that. It is almost historic, the line that we're going to be talking about coming up at halftime.
Yeah, check that one out. And again, we're going to be looking at that corners market, which again, still no corner kicks have occurred yet, which is very crazy. Usually you see a goal, and there goes. You usually see a goal before a corner goal. So
Netherlands.
Look at these stats right here.
By the way, I love my Argentinian brothers and sisters, but Ozzie, your dad was around, baseball a long time, and they say, who are the most obnoxious fans? Like Red Sox fans, Yankees fans, right?
Oh, of course. Mets fans are up there.
If Argentina gets, oh my God. ¿Quién soporta a los argentinos? Che, ¿quién los soporta?
Se van a poner interesante en ese sentido. Va a estar muy interesante.
Netherlands lost another chance of a goal.
My man's name is Dumfries. Dumfries. I'm getting hungry. Every time I see a thing, I think, I need some fries right now.
I still want a mango. Damn, another yellow card.
So mangoes, do you eat them room temperature or do you put them in the fridge?
Nah, room temperature.
Oh, good man.
I put grapes in the fridge.
Oh yeah, I love everything cold, but mangoes you got to have them. We back in the neighborhood, we had a little fruit guy come around, and oh man, you put a little.
So I'm taking this action right
peppers
now.
on them. Wow.
I'm taking 4.5 under corners at plus 170. That's great.
Ozzie, if you would have bet that dollar.
Oh, we got a yellow card.
For no more cards, you would have lost right there.
I would have lost. And again, I would have lost. But then again, I'll protect my bet again for this card market or the corner market. I'll say, okay, I'll look at the list and then I'll say, okay, I'm going to go over. I'm going to go under 4.5. Okay, but I'm going to go over 6.5. So I'm hoping that there's nothing in between there. And
they're arguing for a penalty. Oh, they got
there's over at PointsBet. There's a correct score prop that you can make. Right now, it's 1-0 Argentina. If you bet that right now, it's plus 350. You think Argentina wins 2-0, which is very possible. Goes up plus 375. Argentina 3-0, 9-1. And Argentina 4-0, 25-1.
And the 1-0 is very realistic again. Or the 2-0 is
still 3.5-1. That's odds.
Yo, I may sound slow, but where is Netherlands at?
That's where Amsterdam's at.
Oh.
Amsterdam. Can eat all the edibles you want.
That's all you need. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's how I know you can smoke weed in public.
That's it. Go to the coffee shop.
Also in Colorado, though.
And in Vegas.
Can't smoke a cigarette.
You get off the plane in Vegas and you get a contact high.
Another yellow card.
Yeah, so the cards, again, it's getting more aggressive. Again, we're here in the extra time. They've added 5 on the clock as we looked at it.
But we called it. They were just testing each other in the beginning. Now it's like, all right, now they're like game face.
Let's see. Again, going back into the stats as we're dropping them on. Again, here in PointsBet, one of my favorite things in the app. Okay, so like you guys got this little action here. I know it's just little guys running around in the sense that you're looking at them, but I'm looking at the way that I look at it is, I'll look at stats. So This little bar right here on the right hand side, it gives me shots on target, okay, shots off target, shots blocked, corner kicks. So again, that corner market that we keep looking at. Then we have the time in dangerous attack, meaning were they moving the ball offensively, and then ball possession is pretty even. So these statistics here are pretty good because they'll show you the win probabilities. So if you're looking at previous meetings, so this is what happens. They've won twice. They've only had one draw in all the times they've met. This is like the breakdown of what's happened on them, from a breakdown of the standpoint, the timeline of the game of what's going on, and then this is the lineup of the match. What are they running?
And you're seeing the Netherlands start to be a little bit more aggressive, more shots on goals now. Yeah. By the way, there's a lightning bet right now. If there's a goal, one more goal in the next 5 minutes or so, plus 650, because that means it'll be over a half a goal, plus 650.
Yes, correct. So I would bet the lightning bet in the first 5 minutes of the goal, in the first 5 minutes because they're going to come out. So like when you're looking at formations, they're running right now 3-4-1-1-2, okay, versus a 3-5-2. So when we go in the half, we'll see if they come out in the same formation. But this is important because if you can see a formation has gone more to offensive, you might want to, again, they're really going to go for the goal, so you can bet the next goal score market of saying, okay, the next goal is going to be from Argentina, because the Netherlands are going to get exposed because they just gone way too much offensively, and they're going to be exposed, and Argentina will be able to get a chance. So that's what you're looking at all these stats, but like that's why it's changed the game, and PointsBet does a really good job of like not only am I watching the game, but I can track it and it's showing me the information from a sports wagering standpoint of like the information that I want to see. So.
And this is a whole new experience. I mean, live betting to me has changed the whole aspect of sports investing, because before, used to, back in the old days, you'd bet a game and you'd sit there, you'd wait for the game to end, and that was it. These were the results. Now, from minute to minute, you can make bets. Yeah.
Well, I'll give you an example. The Laker game that I bet yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. No, the day before. That they were down like 40 at the half. It had it been back in the day, I would have just made that one bet, and then I probably couldn't have wagered my money. But I throughout the game, I was making bets that I got to make my original wager back because it was just such a bad wager. So I was willing to take a long shot. So I'll take a dog. I'll take a perrito, like we like to call it, because I'll know that in the middle of the game, if it just goes south, my prediction goes completely wrong, I can make up the money by doing a lightning bet, by taking,
especially in the NBA, right? Because every team does a run. Every team does. I mean, how many times have we seen a team down 20, 25 points and they come back to get it down to 2 and they cover and they get a backdoor cover? That's the beauty of the live bet environment.
So here's the thing. So like, most teams in the NBA, you're going to go in and you're playing the Warriors. You're probably going to lose. Okay. Your team's probably going to lose. But if you're here on PointsBet, like I'll look at it and I'm rooting for quarters. Like I could have like New York Knicks, the Oklahoma Thunder, which I have zero interest in either team. Okay. But I'm watching the game because I'm looking at a quarter bet. Okay. I'm like looking at like who's going to win the quarter. And I sometimes, even here with the Bulls, like I'll be happy about the quarter. So here for this match, like the Netherlands, if I take them for the next half, if the Netherlands win the half and even they lose the game, I've already won personally because I won my bet. So it's like, how do you find that excitement on being able to do it, and even games that are blowouts,
keeps you involved, keeps you interested, and listen, and it's a negocio for the sportsbook to keep you engaged, and PointsBet does a great job of that. PointsBet.com. We can't stress it enough. Go to PointsBet.com. They'll take care of you. Sign up there, get those bets, and make some money, man. And so far we've had a good time. It looks like we're at halftime. 1-0 Argentina leading the Netherlands. Yeah, they've got 1 foot in the semifinal, trying to join Croatia in soccer's Final Four. Tomorrow it's Morocco and Portugal, and England and France. Talk about some border rivalries there with England and France. And we still have that possibility of a Messi Ronaldo final. That would be the final for the ages.
So if the way that it looks right now, okay, and there's been 3 yellow cards again for the tracking of the cards. So the half is done. So if you look at the brackets, the next round would be the one that obviously is, if they advance, is the only one stopping them from going all the way to having that matchup. So again, the soccer world would love it because these are the two greatest players of all time.
Facts.
So, and then one of them will end up with one.
All right. Well, you ready for some NFL, guys?
I'm ready
for some NFL because la 14, week 14 of the NFL. Let's get after it with some NFL bets right here on the best show there is, the best damn show there is, Dimelooo. All right, let's get into the NFL week 14, and let's start Ozzie and Mike. Probably the marquee games. It's a divisional game, NFC East. It's the Eagles in the Meadowlands, in your neck of the woods, Mike. Eagles at the Meadowlands against the Giants. The 11-1 Philadelphia Eagles against the 7-4-1 Giants. Ozzie and Mike, it's the Eagles leading 7 on the road. How do you see it?
So the Eagles are getting 7 points on the road.
They're laying 7. They're laying 7.
They're laying 7. So I think that the Eagles cover. I think that they've been playing strong enough. I would take the number. I would take the points on that. And I'm trying to pull it up right here so we can have a live feed of what the lines look like right now. So give me a second and I'll pull it up.
I will tell you this. The last time Jalen Hurts played in the Meadowlands, he got his ass kicked. The Giants beat him 13-7 last year, got sacked 5 times in the game. And I will say this, the Eagles on the road against divisional opponents, 1-6 against the number the last 7 games. And Jalen Hurts on the road has not covered 11 of the 16 games that he's played on the road. Brian Dable was Jalen Hurts' offensive coordinator at Alabama, so there's a little familiarity there. So I kind of like the Giants. I mean, you know, I love Daniel Jones on the road. If this was in Philly, I'd be all over it. But I kind of like the Giants getting the 7 points at home.
Correct. And if you don't like just getting the 7 points, you can move your own line here at PointsBet. So pick your own total. Okay. So the right now I was looking at the over under is 36.5. Okay. Let's see. It's very low. You're like, okay, well, let's move it. Let's say I think that that's going to be 40.5. You know, what odds do I get? So I can go minus under 40.5. I still get plus money. So at 145. So let's see how high I can go. Under 43. So I can go all the way up to 43. And this is a bet that I would make. I think that they're going to be under 43.5 at plus 100. So that's the action that I would take on that end. And then when I'm looking at first halves, I'm going to bet in the market, I'm going to bet the New York Giants in the money line. I think the Giants take the first half at plus 185 because in order for them to be covering that spread, they're going to have to play well in the first half. So that I'm betting it specifically at 185 on that end. And then the first half totals, you know, you can look at the numbers. They figure it's a high scoring game, so you can obviously, you know, money line 3-way, okay, which means you either get the Giants or you get the tie.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you got options, man. You got options.
And here's the one. I mean, listen, I love AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. You know, they both had 100-yard receiving games last week. The low key bet that I like, boys, is Saquon Barkley rushing yards. Here's why: the Eagles, the one criticism they have of the Eagles is they're not good against the run. They're not good. The Giants woke up a little bit against the run last week in the tie against the Commanders. Remember, the Giants are 6th best in the NFL in rushing. They can move the ball on the ground. The Eagles have a weakness at that. They're really their only weakness. So I love Saquon Barkley rushing yards. Check that out as a prop on Sunday. So we like the Eagles. We like the Giants, rather, getting the 7 points at home. By the way, plus 240, the money line for the game for the Giants to win that game. All right, another game, kind of a homecoming for Tom Brady. By the way, did you see Tom Brady's new girlfriend? Man, the man never misses, Mike. He never misses.
I know where his ex is at.
Well, Antonio Brown wants you to think she's somewhere.
I wasn't going to say it.
She's doing some Brazilian jiu-jitsu, but that's for another show, I think. So it's the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers 6-6, which is good enough for first place in the NFC South, visiting the 49ers, who are 8-4, but obviously Jimmy G's out with a broken foot. The good news is he doesn't have surgery, but we're not going to see him anymore. Brock Purdy who threw for 210, 2 touchdowns last week against the Dolphins. And it's the Niners laying 3.5 at home. Ridiculously small total, Ozzie, 37.5. ¿Cómo lo ves?
I'm going with the Buccaneers. Buccaneers all the way. San Francisco's going nowhere. They don't have their quarterback. This is it for them. -3.5. I'm not taking it. I'll take the juice -115. I'm going Buccaneers the whole way. I'm also putting in that game. I am looking at the first half. Tampa 135. I'm actually going to take the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at plus money. If they are up by more than 6.5, if they're up by 4.5, I'm going to take them at half. -2.5 because that is a field goal. That is plus 185. So I think that at the half, they're up by more than one field goal. I am going Tampa all the way. I think that over is a little low. I think that they will have the over 37. So I am going in. And then obviously the way that I am talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'm also taking them in the money line. I'm going Tampa the whole way on this one.
I will say you this. The Niners defense, first in fewest points allowed, first in fewest yards allowed, first in fewest yards per rush allowed, first in the least amount of first downs allowed. And the under for Tampa Bay, they have been an under 11 out of the 12 games the Buccaneers have played. The under has hit in the first half. All road games for the Buccaneers, the under has hit. They're 3-8-1 against the spread this year, and Tampa Bay is an underdog for the first time this year. So, of course, you got to go with Tampa Bay, right?
Of course.
All the numbers tell you, take the Niners, take the under. Brock Purdy, nah, brother. Tom Brady, that's it. We saw the resurgence. We saw him born again last week against the Saints. The new girlfriend, no. Home in the Bay Area. Give me Tampa Bay, Poppy. I'm with you. Tampa Bay plus 3.5 because you know that loving is good because Brady's back.
Brady. Do you think she's going to be at the game? Do you think she's giving Brady I think if I was like a new girlfriend, I'd be worried about, Giselle's got rings. Like, how do you deal with that with a new girlfriend? Like, is she telling him, what are you thinking about before the game? That's going to be this is a whole new territory for them.
Well, the good thing is Giselle doesn't want to go to the game, so his luxury suite just stays the same. Maybe you take down any pictures or anything like that, in the luxury suite, maybe just pictures of his kids or anything like that. She already has a picture of her wearing a Brady jersey on her Instagram. Wait, mira que somos chismosos. Como somos chismosos, bro. What is going on with us? We're like ladies in the beauty parlor.
Hey, but this is our world of chisme. I need Papi, I need all the information when I am making my sports investments. I want to know how they're sleeping. I want to know what they're thinking about. I want to know it all. That way I can make a smarter bet. And again, today our friends at PointsBet give us all the information. So we have to analyze it and then digest it and then share with you guys. And obviously girlfriends play a big role.
I love it. I think Brady. I mean, Mike, you know how it is. You're an upper echelon, one of the greats of the comedic world. If you're fighting with your girl, you might not perform that well on stage, right?
That is a fact.
I mean, she already threw it. We already had a shoe thrown at you during the show because we were making jokes. I mean, you got to watch Dimelooo here.
She still hasn't texted me back.
She threw a chancla at you, brother. That's the Latin women, man. That's what it is. All right, listen.
That's a big fact.
Sunday night, the Dolphins and the Chargers. It got flexed to Sunday night. The Dolphins had to stay in the West Coast because they played the 49ers last week, so they stayed all week out on the West Coast. They moved down to L.A. They're playing the Chargers. It's the Dolphins 8-4 against the Chargers 6-6, and it's the Dolphins laying 3. Big number, boys, 52.5.
Damn.
That's a lot of numero. That's a lot of numero to be laying down, but I got the Dolphins at -3.5 plus 100. How can you not take that? Come on, guys. Come on. Thank you, our friends at PointsBet. I am taking that all day long at plus money at -3.5. The Dolphins will win by over a touchdown. 52.5 is a little high. I might play around with that one on the actual over. I might go a little bit lower, and still the money line, not bad juice on it. So I'm a big Miami guy on this one. I'm also going to look at offensive yards run by the running back for a prop bet, but definitely taking the Dolphins on this bad boy.
Now, I got some news because obviously I'm down here in Miami. Tyreek Hill did not practice on Thursday. He's sick. They don't tell us what he's sick with, but he's sick. Jalen Waddle He's been hurt. He's been practicing, so he's been okay. Think about this Charger defense when you're thinking about any props for Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. The Chargers have allowed 13 touchdowns of over 20 yards this season. 13 touchdowns of over 20 yards, and they gave up 3 of those last week. So I'm thinking Tyreek Hill receiving yards. I'm thinking Jalen Waddle receiving yards. And the one kind of little proppy prop that I like, boys, there will be a successful 2-point conversion in the game, plus 260.
Really?
The Chargers are weird. The Chargers are weird. They do stupid, crazy stuff like that.
Speaking of not performing.
Right? And by the way, Herbert in prime time, 1-9 against the spread in the second half. So I can see this being a tight game in the first half, and I can see the Dolphins running away with it in the second half. I still think the total is really high, so I'm going to stay away from it. They faced each other once. That was back in 2020, and they hit 50 in that game. It was 29-21 Dolphins. 52.5, me parece un poco alto.
And I know our friends at PointsBet obviously always want us to take the action as early as possible. But hey, guys, when you take a bet, again, I'm going to take the early plus 100 minus 3.5 because I love plus money. Thank you, people at PointsBet. Whoever's making this line, I love you. I'm taking that. But I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for the over-under. Okay, I'm going to see how they're going to come out. They come out flashing and, I can see that they're scoring and moving the ball. I'm going to use my little tracker that I just showed you out on PointsBet. Okay, because they're going to tell me exactly what I need to know. How they're moving the ball on offense, how many first downs they got. A team that moves the ball means a team that scores points, either 3 points or 6 and the extra point. So if they're moving the ball, I'm like, okay, people are going to score. If they're not moving the ball on either side, come on, guys, use some common sense, and they're probably not going to score. So you go on the under. So this is why betting live is huge. This is why we are here at JefeBet giving you this information, because it is huge and it's giving you the opportunity to be able to make that live bet. So I'm betting right off the bat. As soon as we get off, I'm probably after the soccer match, I'm probably going to go in and lay out my NFL bets, because again, when you look at a line and you're in PointsBet, this is why I look at this app on a consistent basis, more than Instagram. Okay. Mm-hmm. I look at PointsBet more than Instagram, believe it or not, even without the hot girls on PointsBet. I look at it because I like the lines. I look at lines moving and changing. Anything can change a line. So I might not take this bet. So you want to talk about ruining my day even worse, Brazil losing? If I come here in an hour and that plus is gone, I'll cry. I'll probably, my kids will be like, my parents are horrible. My dad's a horrible daddy. So I'll take that and I'll do a live bet for the over under during the game.
Well, when my kid doesn't think I'm a horrible bettor because he looks at those Jordans on his shoes and I'm like, wait, PointsBet.com. That's where you get those. All right, real quickly, let's hit the underdogs. Los Perritos esta semana stay in the AFC East. The Jets in Buffalo, 7-5 Jets, 9-3 Bills. The Jets beat the Bills week 9 in Jersey, 20-17. Josh Allen was sacked 5 times in that game, only had 205 passing yards. But it's the Jets, 10-point road dogs. Buffalo laying 10 in that game. 43, boys, is the total.
Oh, I love Buffalo not to cover the bet. I think the New York Jets, I'm going to take the Jets and the number. Este perrito ladra y ladra bastante. Okay. I'm also going to look, and I'm looking at points betting. Okay. I'm looking at how do I move the line? Okay. Why? I'm going to look at the points. Again, I like I think the Jets are going to have a very close game. I think that I could take them at like a +7. Okay, and I'll still win the bet because they're going to play really well. I still think that obviously the Bills win the match. They'll win the game, but I think the Jets are going to play them way better than they think. They got something. You don't get sacked 5 times without the team knowing something about that offense. So and I'm going to look at the prop bets because obviously it's going to be a grind. And the Jets are playing very well, man. The crappy Jets are playing really, really well football.
Yeah, and the Bills 5-6-1 against the spread. All right, the last underdog, and it's the biggest one of the weekend. The Texans in Dallas, Houston +17. 1-10-1 is their record. 9-3 of the Cowboys, +17. Any shot the Cowboys cover that?
Man, you know what? I went against the Cowboys last week. This is Mike, this is where I do a dumb bet. I make a dumb bet a week. I'm gonna take the Texans in that money line. Plus 1,000.
Absolutely, baby. 10-1. Absolutely. Listen, I won't put a lot, but I'll take the Texans plus 17 because that's just a lot of points. That's just a lot of points. I think they're going to run the ball a lot, and that's going to eat up the clock. I think it's going to eat up the clock with Pollard and Elliott, and I think Cowboys are going to win, but 17 points. That's just too much.
Last week they went in there and they ran it on them. They ran it on the Colts. Okay, we know what the Cowboys did. I kept getting text messages. I get harassed. Okay, I talk shit. You went the wrong way, but I'm gonna do it again. Plus 17, guys, is a lot. That's a lot of points.
And you know who's been making me money, Mikey?
Cool.
I think you ought to jump on this. Dameon Pierce, he's the running back of the Texans. He has been hitting his rushing props week after week. He hit it last week. I like him. His props are usually, his rushing yards are usually pretty low in the high 60s, low 70s. I love Dameon Pierce rush yards. He has been my caballo this year. I'm gonna roll with Dameon Pierce rush yards in that.
And for the Texans, they're like the underdog compared to the Cowboys, right?
Oh, they're terrible. I mean, they're gonna get the number one pick. They're 1-10-1. They're awful. All right. Speaking of underdogs, that's the Netherlands. The second half has started. It's 1-0 Argentina. And let's check out the live betting situation over here at PointsBet.
But Jim, going back to the Texans though, how'd you bet on him? How'd you bet on him?
On Dameon Pierce?
Yeah.
Well, because he just
once we go in.
Once you have when you have a dog game like that you're like, I mean, it's a terrible team. Anything can happen, but there's always, sub bets, bets within bets. And Dameon Pierce, he has just been, his rush yards aren't very high. They, like I say, 68, 70 yards, and he's been hitting them constantly week after week. So he's a good little bet. And, Davis Mills is back at quarterback for the Texans, but he's been awful. Kyle Allen was terrible, so they run the ball, and I think when you're not asking him to get 100 yards, and the Cowboy defense, I think when the game's out of hand, he gets those low rushing yards at the end of the game, and there's your money.
So I'm going to give you an example. You're out there, okay, you're doing a smaller venue versus we know you do Madison Square Garden and you roll like that, but you're doing a smaller venue. You still want to work on your craft, okay? So he knows going into the game that this is a long shot. He's still going to get his yards. He's still going to get 4 chances to move the ball. So usually you try to control the clock because in football, when you throw the ball in the air, obviously the ball, if it's caught or if it's dropped, the clock stops. So one of the strategies is that you want to control the time. Like if you're doing some jokes, the more time you have, the more ammo you can do on something, you can drop on somebody. So teams that are usually underdogs are going to try to control the clock by running as much as possible. So I'll look at prop bets for running backs, which is a huge one. And then I'll also look at prop bets for like punt and field goal. So when we're doing the drives, just like we're betting cards here, if we were doing the show NFL week, I'll be looking at like punts. I'll be looking at like next drive. Like they're probably going to punt. They're probably going to kick a field goal because you want to maintain yourself in the game. You always want to give yourself a shot to win. So when you're an underdog, that's what you got to do. Like right here, you're looking at when I'm making these bets, the way that I would look at obviously the statistics. I'm looking at the stats, but I'm also looking at the score. Okay, because if this was a friendly match, these guys would be playing way different. This is a go home, win or go home. So Argentina incentive is way different than the Netherlands going in. The Netherlands right now are playing like all out. Like they're willing to leave a gap open for a second goal just so they can stay alive and push extra innings, penalties, and go there. Argentina, on the other hand, they're like, I'm trying to just end this. So again, you're seeing a team go defensively to a team go offensively. You're gonna bet the next they go Netherlands. Again, you're looking at the correct score, still plus 230. We're gonna keep an eye on this. 3 minutes into the match, and it's still pretty high. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love it. And again, the second half underway here between Argentina and the Netherlands. It's Argentina trying to get to the Final Four of the World Cup and play Croatia. Clearly, they are the Cinderella of El Mundial.
By the time Mike, by the time you're done, you're going to be the sports guy. Everyone on the show before the shows are going to ask you to say, hey, man, what action do I need to drop before the show?
What? I'm going to be the man in the group chat.
You're gonna be.
I can see on the next Wild and Out tour. You know, all of a sudden, where's the show start? Everybody's in the back making bets. Hang on, everybody's on PointsBet. Let's just get these bets in.
Speaking of that, Jim, and the Wild and Out at Madison Square, there were cast members in the back of the dressing room watching the game because they had bets on them.
Right.
It was
in New York. You can make bets in New York and PointsBet. Absolutely. So if you're in New York, everywhere that it's legal, you're good.
I'm going to be honest with somebody, okay? Even if your state is not open right now from a live betting standpoint, this is just a matter of time before all the states are open up to sports gambling. It is the investment, okay? The game is changing. Betting live betting, okay? Lightning bets, pregame bets. It's where it's at. Estamos apostando de todas las maneras. That's why even myself, I'll go on PointsBet and I'll look at it because obviously it's an app, but I'll look at what they've added. I'll look at the feature releases, because there's a lot of things that are changing up there and they give you a lot of opportunities, and how do you use those? So I think that, again, you can do a lot of homework. And again, you don't have to, this stigma that you have to go out there and drop $1,000 on a bet for you to find enjoyment. You don't have to, you're getting, you're putting, I always say this, I always like to make a lot of bets under what I was going to spend on coffee and look at that return. So little by little, you start getting more confident. Again, it's a lot more exciting because if there wasn't for PointsBet, I might be just crying right now with Brazil's loss. I wouldn't probably be watching.
That's crazy.
And we'll see the pressure, obviously, of the teams, moving the ball. And I'm going to pull out this tracker because we'll bring the live tracker on. Also, we'll have the tracker to keep this opening up for the next. So it's still 2 plus 210. So you can see that line obviously is changing.
Why is it changing?
And as you can see, it's changing because obviously when the time, okay, as the game goes along, there's a bigger chance of the score ending nothing. So right now, your chances if you're rooting for the 1-0, you're like, okay, I'm 10 minutes in. I'm just going to keep rooting. So it's like whatever you're rooting for. A lot of people root for a goal. A lot of people root for no goal. Okay. A lot of people root for 3 goals because they're betting the 3-0. A lot of people are like, you're an Argentina fan and you're like, it's going to go, 4-0. You're definitely going to do that. So like you got that 2-1 right here. Netherlands, plus 1,500. And again, you can look at all these decimals and you can always change them to what you got. So just a fun way to do it. The only annoying part is like I usually like to eat Cheetos when I watch games, like you are right now, but then I touch my screen and my phone, so I have like Cheeto phone, so I'm like making bets, but my phone's all full of Cheetos. What's your favorite snack? What's your party? What do you like? What in the hell?
It's like a little bit of everything.
It's like you want to be surprised.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah, you want to be surprised.
Hey, yo, Jim, by the way, I know that sound anywhere.
What sound was that?
He knows. I know that sound. Wait till he comes back.
Jim's out there. Jim's trying to.
What happened? I was making a withdrawal from my last winnings here.
Jim, I know that sound anywhere.
What is it?
It's right. Jim's family is asking, are you making money or are you losing us money?
I got the dogs. They're like what's going on over there? All these people. I got a guy. I actually got a guy here fixing something in the backyard. I was like, of course you showed up today at 2:00 during the show. Of course. He heard about we were doing the live betting. So he said, okay, can I just check it out what you guys are doing? I was like, okay, sure, come over, fix the thing, and then hang out with us. So that's what we were doing. And he made a couple of bets, so I sent them over to you. So Ozzie, you should be getting them in your email right now.
Gracias.
Yeah, the Netherlands are not backing down.
No, they are getting to the point now where they've got to be more aggressive. They've got to be more involved. And I'll tell you what, if you go to PointsBet plus, it's 12-1 that the Netherlands win this game in 90 minutes. Obviously, that is a long shot of long shots right now. But so we start looking. the 1-0 score, Argentina is plus 210. Argentina wins 2-0 is plus 320. Argentina wins 3-0, 9-1. I'm liking that 2-0 Argentina, guys, at plus 320 on PointsBet.
And the action that we took, yes. And like I'm looking at it right now. Again, we went down to 185, still positive money. Okay. Again, Argentina still wins the game at plus 185. 310 for the 2-0. So again, go in, open your account. We're looking at the stats here. Average attack, both teams attacking 22 dangerous attacks compared to 15 between Argentina and obviously the Netherlands. And then the shots on goal, shots on target. The Netherlands have not had a shot on target yet, which is very concerning from that standpoint for them.
So I guess, Ozzie, from an analysis point of view, Argentina has just really been able to suffocate La Máquina, no? They've really been able to suffocate them a little bit.
Yeah, I think they have. I think they've been able to contain them. I think Argentina found a way to score early on a great pass, found them off balance, and now they're just playing. You got the drop down, and I'm going to make sure that I got the right formation. But you can see that Argentina, they got it's big on the defending side, okay, compared to what they're running. Again, so I think that Argentina is definitely controlling the midfield and trying to do everything possible to control the match.
Tell you what, there's in the double chance aspect of it. We talked about double chance with Mike before, where you got to pick 2 of the 3 results: Netherlands, Argentina, or draw. You pick 2. It's a bit of a long shot, but it's plus 240 that the match is either a draw or the Netherlands wins it. I kind of like that because, again, it's only 1 goal. It's only 1 goal to get you to that draw in 90 minutes. Plus 240, it's not terrible.
I'm trying to find that one right here. I got to see what market. Looking at it right now, again, from a lightning bet standpoint, again, they're changing. I'm going to have to go release, but here we go. So draw, no bet. Right here, the Netherlands, again, draw, no bet, plus 1,100, but here's a double chance. Again, Netherlands or draw, plus 240. If you're a Netherlands fan, you're jumping on that right now. At this point, I don't even want to root for Argentina because I'm probably going to ruin them. It has not been the best first 12 hours of the day for me in the books so far. But we're hopefully changing that here on the live betting. I'm going to step 1 second, I'll be right back.
Oh, he lost it.
Now, I will say this, Mike. I will say this. I we've known each other a little bit. This is probably the most fun you've ever had watching a soccer match.
I did. I'm not going to lie. I've watched it at restaurants. I've watched it at, people's houses. But actually talking about it live with other people who know about sports,
absolutely, man. That's the idea of this stuff, and that's where the live bet component comes in. That's the game changer, is that you can actually make bets, and react to things in real time. So as soon as a goal scores, you see all the odds shifting, and then you could still, if you had a hunch, or if you feel like, hey, maybe the Netherlands has got a chance to at least tie this game. I think you're asking way too much to see the Netherlands score 2 goals in 30 minutes and not let Argentina score. But obviously, I love that 2-0 Argentina result. I love that. So I've made that bet, and and maybe even that Netherlands / draw at plus 240. I think it's not a bad little bet, and you can even get plus 350 if you think it's going to be a draw. Plus 3.5 times your bet. I mean, you throw $20 on there, that's 3.5 times that. So that's $70 in your pocket. I hope that was right. I hope I did the math right. Math was not my strong suit.
Was it?
So, Mike, what are you doing? What are you doing these days, man? I know you got the Wild and Out going on. You guys going on tour? What's happening?
We're waiting for the new season in March.
He's babysitting Nick Cannon's kids.
One of the many.
They got all the Wilding Out crew.
One of the many.
One of the many. When you sign your contract, you got to sign for babysitting duties.
Yeah, I'm willing to babysit Jason Kennel. Jason.
I will say this: when those baby showers, man, everybody calls them Nick, man. Another one. All right, well, I'm just gonna get you a gift card. That's it. I'm tired of going to the store.
I have a question. Do you guys congratulate him at this point?
We congratulated the last 12 baby. We congratulated him, but we said have one more because whenever he had one during the season, it was a day off.
Oh,
because he couldn't make it. He's the host. So when he went to go attend to his son after his baby mom gave birth, the day that she gave birth, Nick had to fly out. So that they wrote an emergency email saying Nick is not around. He had to leave Atlanta due to emergency reasons. So you guys don't have shows for the next 2 days.
So that's I tell you what, that he goes to the births. At this point, he's an expert. Like at this point, he
can do the birth. He's like, no, it's okay. I got this. Here we go. I need some forceps. I need some hot water. I will say this. There gets to a point now where I think if I was a friend of Nick Cannon, I'm gonna get him a subscription to every streaming site. I'm gonna buy him a bunch of TV. I say, buddy, turn on the TV, read a book, buy something. Yeah. Leave her alone. Leave her alone, buddy. Yeah, tranquilo.
Yeah, because over there. Him having a baby was like a snow day for us. We got to relax.
Those are built into the schedule every year.
At this point, yeah. After the 10th baby, it's either snow day, sick day, vacation day, or Nick Cannon having a baby day.
We love you, Nick. You're invited anytime on the show, Nick. We love you.
Yeah, man. Nick is one of the coolest, most humblest dudes out there, man. He's dope.
I think that 2-0's about to come, boys. I think that 2-0's about to come, and that Messi goal's about to come, boys.
Messi just missed that kick too. I saw it. That shit was beautiful.
Man. The free kick. It was. I'm a little lag here, probably 10 seconds lag. It's a very dangerous free kick right there. I'm sure everyone was banking on that one. Who had the bet, but.
Especially if you had 2-0 Argentina, like me. 2-0 Argentina, you needed that.
Jim, you bet for Argentina to win 2-0?
Yep.
So is that what we're rooting for? We're rooting for the 2-0?
That's what I got. Plus 320? Absolutely.
How much you put down?
Enough to buy me a light, hopefully.
I want to give you a little secret about gamblers. Mike, they talk about they're very private. It's like their sexual preferences and what they like to do in the bedroom. Very rarely do they drop how much they're gambling or how much they put in a game because number one, you don't want your friends to be like, damn, are you nuts? And
pero qué clase de degenerate this dude is.
What kind of degenerate are you? Or the worst. Like I have friends.
I didn't know.
No, I'm saying they'll share their bet and be like, "Oh my god, I just put $1,000 on on the bills that they're gonna cover." And my first response is like, "That's a stupid bet," because I had the opposite. So you very rarely like what what we do here on Dimelooo, like when you're, and that's the hardest part about doing a show because you don't always want to agree on the same bet. That's why we bring out prop bets because again, when you get good at this, you tend to be on the same side. And it's fun when both guys are on separate sides of a game. But that's the hardest part because sometimes you believe something. Again, on that Lakers bet, which I made a video about, people were like, are you trying not to get fans to vote with you? And I said, yeah, but I'm also the opposite. If I do hit, people are going to say, like, oh, my God, how did this guy know? Like right now, my biggest bet for the World Cup is I had Japan qualifying and advancing. Okay, if you had Morocco, I had them in the parlay. If you had Morocco beating Spain, you look like a genius. And today, if you had Croatia beating Brazil, that's probably 85% of the sports books at PointsBet. They were betting Brazil, including myself. Yeah. So you always want to. So that's why you always like when you share your bet, you're like you want to let them know where you're at, but you don't want to let them know how much you put on it because you don't want to hear anybody's advice on that.
Well, and ultimately, you never want to peer pressure anybody. You know what I mean? Like I've for me personally, anytime I hear these bet everything, bet the mortgage, bet the house. We always want to stress you got to bet responsibly. Bet what you can bet, and you know what? For some person, putting $1,000 on a game, that's nothing. And for some people, putting $25 on a game is big. So you never want to.
Don't ask how much. Don't ask how much you put in the bet. What about sexual preferences? Can we talk about that?
Well, you can ask that all day. That's all.
Woo! Let's go.
That's good. You can ask that all day. You might not get the answer you want, but you get that all day.
I won't get the answer I want, Jim.
you may, maybe not. We'll see.
So basically, Ozzie, asking Jim how much his bet was like asking a woman what's her age.
Exactly. Does this bet make me look fat?
Oh, okay, I get it. So what you're saying basically, Jim, is you don't find me attractive.
Well, maybe in person. I will have to see.
It's
your profile is amazing, though.
I look better outside my Dimelooo outfit.
That's it.
It's like when I do my it's like when I do like when I talk about cigars, I'll always tell my wife that I always smoke the cheapest stuff in the store.
Yeah.
I never thought that I smoke the good stuff because
all right.
I know how
you want me all right, you want me to take you behind the wall a little bit of the cigar world, boys? Okay. Yeah. This company that I buy my cigars from, when you place the order, right? At the end of the order, they say, hey, would you like us to include a specific note that you won a contest or here's your prize? So it doesn't look like you paid for the cigars. It looks like you won them in a contest or something. So your wife or your partner doesn't think that you just spent, X amount of money on a cigar. No, baby, I won them in a contest. Look, here's the thing. See, here's a little gift certificate. I won it. You see?
There's no receipt.
Genius.
That is very smart.
That is very smart. Love it. So my wife said, "Wait! All you do is win contests." You're like, right? Isn't that crazy?
And they give you a different cigar every time you win. That's interesting.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I've never had anybody winning 3 boxes of cigars. Well, now you have.
Yeah. I can imagine, Jim. What would your wife say if she saw this show?
She'd be like, "Listen, the mortgage is due before the 5th, so dale, adelante."
I don't know if y'all know this, but they showed a close up to Messi, and it's pouring rain out there.
Yeah, it's I think he's sweating everyone, but I don't know of the game conditions, but I don't know why I see water too. I thought the stadiums were closed.
No, I just showed Messi and it showed a lot of rain. It's weird that we can't see the rain from when they have the normal zoom out, but when they zoomed in.
Wait, so are the arenas closed? I
think they tried to make them that way because of the heat in Qatar. Yeah, but a friend of mine is there, and he did a pretty interesting report how it is so hot in Qatar that despite how hot it is, when people are inside, everybody's all bundled up because they got the AC in those stadiums cranked so that it is freezing in there. So people are like in jackets and hoodies at these matches because they make the air conditioning because they don't want these guys to keel over on the pitch.
But isn't that dangerous to the players?
Well, that was the big Ozzie. That was the big concern about playing this in Qatar. That's why they moved it to the winter.
I think that it had.
This was usually in July.
Yeah, I think that. But again, I think it has a huge input in the games. Why? Because, like, for example, what's his face? Vinicius was not playing at the end of the game, and some people are saying that, it's because of the weather, the heat, that he was exhausted. So that's taken some, it affects the way that the game is played. So that's just crazy when you're talking about doing that. And here with the PointsBet team.
And a lot of these stadiums are like, here's the crazy part. There's at least one stadium, there may be more, that when they finish playing there, they tear the stadium apart. Like,
that's built on the boxes, right? On the containers?
Yeah. And they just ship it off to maybe like a poorer country, or they donate it. I know in Brazil, one of the stadiums, they turned into a prison.
Well, that's awesome. That's something you can tell your family when they come visit you.
Like, hey, Neymar scored a goal here. Yeah, whatever. Get back in yourself.
So looking at the action here, obviously at JefeBet through PointsBet, telling our listeners where we're currently at. We are at minute 71, minuto 71, segunda mitad. Right now, that 1-0 bet is looking stronger as the minute passes. I'm sure PointsBet is changing their algorithm at some point. And again, one of the hardest things in soccer compared to other sports like the NFL, like the NBA, is that in soccer, there is no timeout. There's no TV timeout where you can go in and reassess. So if you get an opportunity, you have to like really jump in. So it's like you're watching the match, you're watching the book. So it's you have to be a little bit more hands-on for hockey, for especially for soccer, though. It's probably the biggest challenge when it comes to. So we're looking at some stat breakdown. Statistical breakdown. Again, the punching and the throwing of the elbows has slowed down a little bit. Se ha parado un poquito, pero todavía el equipo de Netherlands no ha tirado un tiro al gol. They still have not had a shot on goal.
Really?
Yeah, they haven't. No shots on goal. Shots on target. They had one shot on goal. None of them have been on target, so they haven't even been close. And then corner kicks, we only have 2. So we are winning right now. Estamos ganando la apuesta hasta el momento de
Messi got a penal.
So Messi with a penalty. Again, that 2-0 bet is looking really good for Jim.
Here we go. Plus 320. Vamos, Pulga. Vamos, Pulga.
We got the 2-0 bet on right now. La apuesta.
This is the moment. This is here at the casino or at the house. This is where you're going to pour yourself a cocktail. This is the moment. This is the moment.
This is a 2-0, baby.
Plus
this is where you take that bet and you're gonna run.
Nice.
Yes, he did.
Damn, Jim. Congrats, Jim.
There it is. There it is.
Steaks on Jim tonight.
That's it, baby.
So PointsBet
was that much quicker than so now it's got to stay 2-0. It can't be 2-1.
So now it's like, okay, are the floodgates going to open as an investor, como un hombre obviamente apostando en JefeBet? ¿Qué vas a poder hacer? Do you take the 3-0 or do you take only the 1-0? That's the hard part.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to put something on 3-0, right? That's unfortunately that is the good and the bad about being a sports investor, because you're like, well, I mean, I wouldn't put all my winnings. I mean, usually what I do is that whatever my winnings are, I'll usually put maybe 10, 15%, and I'll try to bump it up to the next one. So I cashed that at plus 320. So it was almost 3.5 times my bet. Was if it stays at 2-0. If it stays 2-0, I win 3.5 times my initial bet.
And it's crazy. They just showed the replay of why it was a penalty. And yeah, it definitely was a penalty. That was in the box, and it was a very hard fall.
And again, this only happens in live betting situations.
Oh, a fight about to break out. A fight.
You can do this in live betting. So you couldn't do this.
We got action.
With the goalie.
That's it. They're getting pushed around. They don't like it.
Yeah, they're getting physical. They get that second goal at the man.
So the
Miami's going to be on fire tonight with these Argentinians. I'll tell you that.
The ref had he already gave the bench a yellow card. Okay, and right. There's critiques here in the world of Twitter saying that the ref is Argentinian, que el ref es argentino. Again, we're the fans upset. But it's like.
And Ozzie, since we're on this topic, do they ever do bets on the best fights in the World Cup?
They usually don't fight in the World Cup because obviously you want to have more integrity than that. So no, you cannot put action, but you can bet the red card. Okay, the red card is one of the bets that has the most return on your investment. And when you're betting the card market, here looking at cards. Okay, right now we have cards. We have 3 cards. Okay, all on actually 6 cards, 3 and 3 on both sides. So when you look at the market for total amount of cards, it's suspended right now because it's getting physical. So you can bet the over 5.5 and then the under 5.5, which I wouldn't recommend because obviously there's a lot of action. So plus 270 on the 6.5, and that's total cards, and then you can bet the card individually. But then is there going to be a red card? Yes, 650. So we could bet a red card at 650. So you know what? I am actually going to take that action.
Especially now that guys are getting chippy like this. Absolutely, that's a good call.
I'm gonna take this red card action just because it's worth it. $1 you win 650. I'm gonna take this action on this red card.
You get a little pizza money. You get a little pizza and beer money there.
Hey, de poquito a poquito, todo el mundo gana ahí. You know, you can build out right there.
I love it, man. I love it. So yeah, so now we just got to hold off on this 2-0.
Yeah, and then the red card again, like the red card market just dropped completely. Okay, now it's only 290.
By the way, if you wanted Argentina 3-0, it's plus 340 now.
340?
Plus 340. So almost 3.5 times your bet. If you made that right now, that Argentina is going to win 3-0, plus 340. Something to think about.
Wait, bathroom break.
All right. Turn your mic off. So Ozzie, now comes el sufrimiento, waiting for these next, 15, 20 minutes.
Well, of course, now you gotta wait. Está sufriendo, obviamente, que va a ocurrir. Obviamente, como dicen, el sentido de los foul está más alto de lo que pensábamos. The whole foul system that we had from a stat standpoint, it kind of screwed up the strategy that we had. There's a lot of cards going over. So, but Argentina looking amazing. Again, it's going to be very interesting. Now they're going to be playing Croatia instead of Brazil, which was a match that we were expecting. So it's Argentina's looking very strong.
And if you had Messi scoring a goal like we did what we mentioned at the beginning of the match, it's plus 140. Almost 1.5 times your bet. So far it's been good with the plus 140 Messi and then the 2-0. We may be doing some business.
So right now we got on the card play. Okay, we got the total amount of cards. We got the over 6.5 is at 350. Okay,
and we also laid under 2.5 goals. So we definitely don't need any more goals.
No, we don't. We don't at this moment. Not the way that we're looking.
We paid some juice minus 170, but why not?
Sometimes you have to do that. And again, they're looking at it of
sure.
Argentina right now. The way that Argentina is looking at it and the way this affects it is that Argentina doesn't want to have guys get in foul trouble with the card situation because then they're not eligible for the next match. So you definitely don't want to get affected that way.
Listen, we want to thank everybody. PointsBet people, JefeBet for letting us do this. Hopefully if things go well. Hopefully we'll do this for the final. That'd be amazing to be able to do that, and maybe do more of these live betting situations during matches, during games, during the season. I'd love to take this on the road. Maybe go to a particular game or anything like that. It's awesome, man, and we're happy. Thanks to you guys for hanging out with us, man. Hanging out with us, being part of this. And hopefully you're making some cash too.
It's definitely the best way to watch a game. Okay, it's definitely the best way to watch a match or any game. Betting here live with the friends at PointsBet. And again, you're looking at the lines move. We haven't been, but right now, currently betting what we have live. Doing a little review of what we got currently open in the books with our friends at PointsBet. We got total amount of cards. We got the plus 6.5. We got red card. Yes, I took it at plus 650. I got the correct score at Argentina plus 375. We got the total amount of corners under 4.5. And we got the over 6.5. So we'll hit one or the other. And then the second half results, we bet Netherlands right now. That's one we're losing at plus 140. And then the shots on target by McAllister. Obviously losing that one because he hasn't had one yet. That was at plus 200. So We got a couple of them.
Hey, looking ahead for tomorrow. Couple of quick bets for tomorrow. Morocco, Portugal, and England, France. What do you guys got that?
I got France winning.
I got Portugal again. I got Portugal and France advancing on those. I'm probably gonna bet the Portugal half. I think Portugal comes out on
I just hope it doesn't go to penalties.
Yeah, because then that's. But the beauty about betting soccer is that, at least on PointsBet, is that you're betting for the first 90. A lot of these bets are for the first 90 minutes. So you're betting it in regulation time, which is always great. Because that way, even if it goes, you can still bet a draw. You can still, because people ask me all the time is, hey, this is the knockout stage. There is no draws. How can you bet a draw? And again, remember, this is all in regulation time. So you can still bet a draw in a match and win if they go to overtime, if they go to penalty kicks, because it's all in regulation time. That's a very important thing when you're betting soccer, and it works that way for hockey too.
Yes, very similar when you're looking at those actions. And again, we're looking at the 90 minutes. Again, you can look at the 90 minutes. You can look at the half. You can look at different, obviously, markets. So you could bet the draw at 90 minutes today. If you would have bet that in the Brazil match, you would have won, because obviously it went to penalties, obviously after extra time. And a lot of people asked me the question today of, like, people were celebrating, when Neymar scored it, the match was over. They thought it was like the golden goal. And those rules have changed. Now you play that.
Wow, golden Netherlands.
Get out of here.
So we just have our friend just hit it. He just hit the bet. He just hit that bet. We got a winner. We got a winner. We got a winner, señores. That worked out really well there.
That was a nice header.
Well, now I'm out for the 2-1. I'm out for the 2-0. But if you had,
so that means you lost.
That means I lose. Because it had to be 2-0 Argentina. But if you had over 2.5 goals, you made plus 130. How quickly it changes, my friend. How quickly it changes. I am buying anything for you guys. Hey, cancel those orders. Cancel the Cristal. Cancel the filet mignon. Forget it. Fast food. That's it. That's it. No, take it back.
Yeah, it was steaks on Jim tonight.
Man. Now we get the Salisbury steaks. McRibs. Everyone's getting McRibs. Yeah. It's like,
yeah, the game got a little interesting.
No pickles. But now all of a sudden so now you think Argentina is going to go the Netherlands is going to go wild, because now they can push this thing into extra time with a goal.
And you know what? This was in the beginning. This is when the physical starts coming in.
And by the way, if you correctly guessed 2-1 Argentina, it was plus 425.
Damn.
Plus 425 if you had 2-1 Argentina.
Salute.
Let's look at the book. What happens if the Netherlands halftime, full time? So Argentina draw. So this is like the full time. But I'm looking at I want to see if the Netherlands tie the match.
If you guess the correct score to be 2-2, and you can bet that right now. If you could bet the score at 2-2, it's 28-1. So
you can have the Netherlands.
Another goal. It's like, nah.
You're that guy. You're that guy.
No, it looked like one. Damn, Netherlands are attacking.
I had a buddy who would go to the casinos, and you're sitting in the sports book watching a game or whatever, and all of a sudden, oh! And people would be looking around like, what happened? What happened? Because there's like 10 games on. People, what? Don't be that guy. But I'll tell you what, I would lay a modest bet to make the score 2-2. Why not?
Correct. When you look at the 2-2, correct score 2-2 is plus 350. And again, if they tie the match, they would go to extras. It wouldn't be the craziest thing that's happened today. There's still a lot of time left in the clock, so it's going to be quite interesting.
If right now, if you go to the live betting option of PointsBet and you guess the correct score would be a 2-2 draw, $10, it gets you $280.
Wow.
And right now, the whole match is on the Argentinian side of the field. So the Netherlands are pushing, they're attacking. I mean, obviously, time is running out on them. I'd love that 2-2 draw. That would be amazing. The power of the live bet.
And then once
the power of that penalty.
And once the 2 games are played tomorrow, when's the next time the World Cup games are back?
I believe it would be Tuesday and Wednesday.
So no games on Monday.
No game. They won't even mess with. Although it wouldn't be a logistical thing. But I don't think you want to mess with Monday Night Football. But even though the games would be earlier in the day.
The finals on Sunday.
Yeah, so you would go. I believe the one semifinal is Tuesday, the other was Wednesday, and then the final would be Sunday in Qatar, in Doha.
So talking about tomorrow, so if you bet that both games end in a draw, okay, it is actually it's actually plus 1,020. So if you put $20, you win $204. You only place $10, you win $100. So not a bad bet. With both teams going to extra, draw for the match, and then going into extra time again. Depending, I might play Portugal, France. It still gives you a plus 440. So a lot of options there on the betting when it comes to what you want to take in those games tomorrow.
What an amazing time we're having here watching
6
final match.
Jim, I think there's a sunset behind you.
What?
I can see the sunset behind you.
Right? Isn't that pretty behind you?
Okay.
Isn't that crazy?
So I'm going to look at this flash bet. I'm going to look at this lightning bet. I'm going to look at this lightning bet market.
Do it as you do it.
Going in here right now.
Fight.
88 minute. Okay, so
they're throwing hands. Oh, he just swung on
hands flying, my people.
That's it. This is serious business now. Business is picking up, boys. Guys are sliding. Whoa, my man's taking everybody out.
Yeah.
Oh, he kicked it into the bench. Oh, se armó. Oh, my man just kicked it right into the Netherlands bench. And here comes a yellow card.
Yeah. He already gave a card to one of the benches, so it's again a lot of controversies. I believe that the ref is from Argentina. It's getting physical. They're pushing Messi around. Again, it's getting quite interesting.
You can't have a referee. I'm not calling shenanigans, but you can't have a referee from one of the countries that's playing.
Was that for real when you said that he's really from Argentina?
You'd be surprised.
I thought that was against the law.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm trying to find this information. Well, FIFA's not known for being the most.
Right?
Yeah, I saw the documentary on Netflix.
I love it, man. Meanwhile, tick. So what do you think, Ozzie? We're going to get 5 minutes of extra time? Of stoppage time?
5-6 minutes, especially with the shoving and this pushing, maybe more. So this lightning bet, I'm waiting for it to come out.
Yeah, I got that. I got that. Oh, 28-1. I got that 2-2, 28-1. Let's go. Let's go orange.
Yeah, it's getting testy. Okay, as we were saying.
10 minutes extra?
Yeah. So definitely wait.
Yo, we was all off. Damn, a whole 10 minutes.
So now we get to suffer for 10 more minutes. 28-1 if this thing ends up 2-2. right now that Argentinian player. That you sure you want to put 10 minutes on there, brother? You sure?
The Netherlands are searching for that goal. Damn, they're fighting for it. At this point, they're putting it all out there. Blood, sweat, and tears.
This is the beauty of the live betting situation, because you couldn't have this without live betting.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, Mike's going to come out of this walking around going, the live betting situation, the three-way, the double chance.
Any cocktail party or any conversations at any party, if they start talking about sports betting, I'm in there. That would be the point where I just walk away from the circle.
And then you say, and that's when you say, I got a guy, PointsBet.com. I got a guy.
Mm-hmm. You ever heard of JefeBet? Yeah. Well, how do you guys feel about lightning bets? They're gonna look at me like, what?
Yeah, so Argentina right now, they're saying they should be playing with 10 guys. It should have been 2 yellow cards. Again, 10 minutes added. The world of social media is blowing up. Fans are upset, obviously.
So that's what the fight was about?
Yeah. So 10 minutes added. Again, enough time to score a goal. The Netherlands match results. Obviously, the odds keep going up as the time winds down.
It got blocked.
Plus 600 is the draw. Still 28-1. A 2-2 draw.
So if you bet $1 right now, you win $350.
Wow.
So quite interesting.
Mommy.
They got a free kick. Obviously, we'll see how.
And to tell you how prolific the odds are for Argentina to make it to the semifinal, you got to bet $294.12 to win $1. If you got Argentina going to the semifinals, it's minus 29,412.
It's going to be.
I'm shocked we hit that over in goals. By the way, a nice little bet.
Oh yeah. You made it early. Okay, you made it the right timing, which was great. So a nice little win there for you.
Look, everybody in the stadium is standing up.
These are going to be the longest 10 minutes for both sides, for both the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Well, especially how the Brazil one ended,
Yeah. I think that's why the Argentinas don't want to. They want this shit to be over now.
Yeah.
Imagine if it ends up being 2-2 and they go to penalties and Argentina loses in penalties.
That's what I mean. Like, that's what happens to Brazil. Like, you lost all of the air. So right now, if the Netherlands score, I would say that the odds go to them to win it. So again, right now you're playing for your life because obviously one team has nothing to lose again. So right now you're technically up because of just a penalty. Technically.
Amazing stuff. And hey, we want to thank you for hanging out with us here. PointsBet.com for opening up this space for us. This is Dimelooo with Mike Ruga, Ozzie Jr. I'm hanging out with you. You can hit me up on my Twitter and Instagram at JRod Show. Ozzie's over at OGNJR. And, of course, Mike Ruga's at Mike Ruga. Always good hanging out with us. Yeah, shoot us a note. Let us know how smart we are. Let us know what bets we should have made. Let us know what bet you made. Of course, send us pictures of where you're watching the matches. We always love to interact with you guys. We're here for you.
Let me know how dumb I am.
I hear that already, so I don't need to hear that more of that. Especially after Baker Mayfield killed us all last night.
Baker Mayfield breaking hearts. Bet on himself and it worked. I feel bad for the Raiders.
Yeah, Josh McDaniels is going to get fired, man. Sean Payton's going to be the new coach of the Raiders.
It's going to be interesting.
Hey, listen, McDaniels goes back to New England, becomes the offensive coordinator there. All will be right for the Patriots next year.
They already got Argentinian people celebrating.
Oh, of course. You know, you're gonna start. You're gonna hear the chants. Obviously, they think that they're in, man.
They're like halfway there. They're 5 minutes away from being in the final four of the World Cup in the semifinals, and a date with Croatia.
Like somebody's holding up the Maradona sign. Rest in peace to the legend.
Yeah.
It always amazed me how Messi has that pressure of like, you can't let Maradona down, because Maradona was always known for actually showing up to the games.
Well, you know, Messi's won everything except for the ultimate, which is for the country.
He's been to one. He lost one.
Throughout Messi's whole soccer career, he doesn't have now one World Cup under him.
No, the guy who final lost to Germany.
Yeah, a guy who's won so much on the club level, never been able to do it in the biggest stage of them all.
So this is basically his last attempt.
Correct. And Ronaldo's never been to a final. He's been to this stage before. He's never been to a semis though.
He doesn't have a World Cup under his belt either.
That's how hard it is.
Yeah, the guys up there that I have behind me, he's got a couple big names. Again, those guys were great national team players, but at the club level, Messi and Ronaldo are definitely hands down. Zidane, I think, is the greatest for both. He won one. He went to World Finals and he won one in France, and then he's got a lot of champions as a player, as a coach. So,
and Mike, in 4 years, 3.5 years, World Cup's going to be here.
Yeah, I'm in there. Prudential Center.
Actually, it's going to be the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. All three countries are hosting it.
Oh,
but like 90% of the games will be in the United States.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely going to be a war of the Americas. Hopefully, Venezuela makes it for that. That's my goal. I really want to definitely see Venezuela. Yes.
Chile I only got to witness Chile being los bicampeones de la Copa America back to back. When we beat Argentina in the penalties back to back.
One of the coolest and most heartbreaking things that I remember from a World Cup was I went to the World Cup in Brazil, and when Chile got eliminated because they hit the goalposts in penalty kicks.
Yeah, I remember that.
The Spanish announcer, is from Chile. So to talk about keeping the professionalism, right? To not let it just to call the match with your heart. He calls his home country getting eliminated by missing penalty kicks by hitting the crossbar. It was amazing.
The Netherlands trying, man. They're trying and not getting it.
Yeah, they're leaving it on the pitch. You can't fault them for that. Can't fault them for that mess.
Another free kick for Netherlands.
This could be the game changer right there. This could be the one.
This is where we get that 28-1. Get that 2-2.
Everybody's standing in that stadium. I can imagine being Argentinian right now. My heart's racing.
These are like the longest 10 minutes for both sides. I mean, I'm sure for Argentina, it's really slow, and for the Netherlands, it's going by too fast.
But like as you said, this could be the last kick because it's already 9:50.
Let's see.
Another free kick.
Look, even the goalie's praying. Yes, this is the last. Yes, it's past 10 minutes.
Amazing day hanging out here. Thanks to JefeBet. Thanks to PointsBet.
Yeah, shout out to JefeBet. I'm gonna get it tatted on me.
But not on the lower back.
No, that's known as a slutty tattoo. Any girl that has a lower back tattoo is known as the slutty girl tattoo.
Oh man.
And he goal!
No.
No.
No. No. No puede ser.
No.
No.
We called it. We called
Are we
it.
getting
Didn't I
28
say
to
it?
1, boys? Are we getting 28 to 1?
Didn't I say it, Ozzie? I think I jinxed them.
You didn't think anything. The PointsBet page right now is trying to get an update. That's
Get out of here. Get out of here. 28 to 1, 2-2, 2-2, 28 to 1. You can keep your 2-0. I got 28 to 1. I got 2-2, 2-2.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
28
This is
to
crazy.
1.
This is crazy. This might go to penalties. Oh my God.
Incredible.
I bet $1. Hey, I have $1 on the Netherlands winning the whole thing. $1 to win $350. Again, I'm not lying. The action is going crazy here at PointsBet. We have
amazing
numbers going around. I gotta release. I don't even know. Like I'm watching it. I told you that this was a free kick to do it. Oh my God.
I just went to bed.
Oh, we got it, Ozzie. We got the 2-2.
This is nuts. This is. I told you this is the free kick. This is.
Ozzie, you did say it.
This is a free kick. This is a free kick. Free kicks are like putting. Okay.
And he put it with such finesse. Such finesse. He put it in there.
Bro, he didn't even kick it in the air. He kicked it on the floor. And
that guy has been practicing that move. And again,
it's Tiger.
It is not over. And again, if I'm a betting man now, guys, I'm going all Netherlands. Why? The momentum, that air, just like Brazil, going into the.
It sound like you about to cry, man.
Well, I'm just saying, no, here's the thing. Just like for Brazil,
game over.
But no,
game over.
The momentum shift. The
absolutely.
It's nuts. Look at this. Look, I got that $1 bet.
Attaboy.
No, right now, it's still active. It's still active. We're gonna win $350 plus $3,500. This is gonna be a great thing. I'll be right back.
Ozzie's running around the neighborhood right now. Woo! Buddy,
so
we got the 2-2 draw. We got the 2-2 draw, Mike.
Jim, so Ozzie can win $4,000?
Good. We're going to extras, man.
This is crazy.
What a day. First of all, from Brazil, and this is all happening right here. PointsBet, PointsBet.com, JefeBet.com. You're hanging out with Mike Ruga, Jim Rodriguez, Ozzie Jr. Happy you're along. Hope we're enjoying it. Hope we're making you some money. We told you, take that 2-2 draw. That 2-2.
Jim, I know you're happy, but we need some outside lights, man. I can barely see you. You look like the mic.
I'm trying. All of a sudden, I think Miami's an Argentinian fan. All of a sudden,
got down and the Netherlands are rising.
Oh my goodness gracious!
This is crazy.
That's insane. Can you imagine that?
I gotta refresh my browser, man. This is extra time explained. You have to play both halves. So
that's right. So even if somebody scores, the game doesn't end.
No, tell Neymar that.
This is crazy.
What a time to be alive. Oh my God. Crazy is an understatement. Oh, excuse me. Man, all for this little bad boy right here.
Damn. If that would have never went in, the game would have been over right now. And Argentina would have been celebrating.
Oh, game over. Argentina would have been celebrating. Todos los muchachos están celebrando. Pero no. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is just nuts. This is just nutty.
Oh, Ozzie, you could win at the end $4,000.
I only bet 10. If I had bet more than $1, I'm gonna win $350. I had bet 10, I was gonna win $3,500.
Damn.
So right now we are going all Netherlands on my end. I'm sorry, Argentina, but we are going all Netherlands.
Here's how we won. When it comes to penalties, it's 50-50.
So Mike, this is the gambling version of Wild and Out.
Yeah.
This is the gambling version. I'm chasing the sun, by the way. So now you can see me.
Oh yeah. Oh, you got tattoos, Jim? I didn't know.
A little bit. Not afraid.
Not afraid.
Not afraid.
Damn, this is crazy.
Gotta make sure you don't see the TV in the background because we don't want to upset our friends at Teleworld. There we go.
Wow.
But man, man.
What an exciting day for soccer.
What a day. Hey, this is all happening right here. JefeBet, PointsBet. What a day to be watching some soccer, huh?
Argentina goes first.
We didn't get any better than Brazil, Croatia. Look at this Argentina, Netherlands. Wow.
Is my signal
the heavy artillery, boys? I'm bringing out the heavy artillery now.
Oh, it is over. Jim is not going to make it inside the house.
That's it. Look out!
His wife is going to find him laid out in the grass somewhere.
Yeah, I've slept on these couches outside once or twice.
Well, this is a part though. This is where like you get excited because again, like we were going back to the point where we're talking about
lightning bets.
The lightning bet, like you're making just a lightning bet, you're making a bet, you're taking your chances. And again, you just went completely alive if you were doing that. And you're just like, you know what? I'm going to take this bet just because the odds are so great. I'm going to put $1 on it, $2, whatever it is for you. And now you're back in it. Now you're rooting for the Netherlands. Like you grew up there. Like you are, like your mom and dad are from there.
Like you grew up in the streets of the mean streets of Amsterdam, right? I need a drink after that 28-1. And Ozzie, look at you, pal.
And by the way, guys, vamos a rectificar it. We did hit a couple bets. Okay, we did hit a couple bets.
Hopefully you did too at home.
No, hopefully you did too at home. So if you took with us, again, if you took with us, if you're at home and you're playing this and you took the corner, okay, the corner situation, again, one of the things when you're gambling, you need to know when your bet started and when your bet ended. So again, you got to see if it's at a half, it's a quarter. In this, it's a half. Again, is it a 90-minute result? So we had the over/under on corners, okay, and that was a 90-minute, a 90-minute decision. So
and by the way, so now getting back to the live betting situation, there's no more draw, you can't bet that anymore since we're in extra time. It's Netherlands plus 130 to win the match. Argentina still the favorite, minus 150 at PointsBet.
Correct. Argentina's going to be, but like right now, okay, this is the part where I'm talking about favorites. So like if you're looking at the plus 115, Netherlands are playing right now with house money. Okay, they were not favorite to go in. Again, we're seeing them. The momentum's on their side. What's the feeling? So right now, again, they're looking to Messi. He scored again only on the penalty, so he hasn't scored yet. So he's still good for possibly one goal. Okay, so this is what we're looking at right now. So again, it's extremely, and again, you can see the book, the action betting. They went away from the live betting again.
Hey, by the way, remember when this whole thing started? We told you the odds of Messi scoring the last goal of the game.
Yes, and that's still open. That is still open.
Plus 350. That was like with the beginning. I don't know what it is now. We'll have to check that.
And how much are the half times? 15 minutes each? So
yes, sir.
115 minutes.
Yes. So
remember, even if somebody scores, you got to play both halves.
Okay. And if nobody scores for those both halves,
don't remind Neymar.
Oh man. So Brazil didn't score at all.
No, both teams scored in the extra time.
Oh wow!
So I'm just checking right now. My corner bet, which I'm still active and I'm still alive for. Okay, I got the under. Remember, I got the under on the corners. I still have it under 4.5, and I got it over 6.5. So I'm protected on that end. There's only been 3 corners, and this bet is for the whole match. Okay, it's for the whole match. Again, not for the 90 minutes. So we're playing the extra time. So this is pretty crazy again when we're looking at from that standpoint. We're gonna revisit right here right now. We got We got game props. We got to win in penalties, Netherlands, plus 250. If you don't think anyone's going to score, why wouldn't you take this action right now if it's going to penalties? Or Argentina at plus 210, because if that's your team, you're going to do it. So again, who's going to get the winner? You got plus money on both sides. And then extra time results, the Netherlands. Okay, can they win the extra time, or is it going to be a draw? This means the Netherlands win the match in extra time is plus 375. And then team to score the first goal, you can bet it at 280 or plus 230. Or if there is no first goal. So again, it's a whole new game. And then how many goals are going to be in the extra time? Minus 105 for the over, okay? And then over 1.5 at plus 350. So you got the odds right there.
I think my bet would be we're not going to go to penalties. There will be a goal in the extra time.
Yeah.
And then, so if you got the Netherlands right here, if you go Netherlands plus 475, if the Netherlands win 1-0. So again, if I want to hedge my bet, because if the Netherlands win, it would be like that. Or if Argentina wins, I can go plus 340 and I can still make that money back. So now this is where math and Miss Susie's class is very helpful, but we have calculators, okay? Because now I'm looking at saying, okay, if my bet hits for $1, is $350. That means that my guy wins. But, okay, if I go Argentina, si apuesto Argentina más 1-0, ya yo sé ya que con $1 gané 3.50. So puedo apostar Argentina al 1-0, and I can make that money back pretty much with putting.
I love my guy Ozzie Jr. I love him. You know why, Mike?
Why?
You know stuff got real when he starts adding in Spanish. Then you know things are real. And then aquí más 200, le quitas el 4, pone ahí 2, 3 ahí. When my man starts adding in Spanish, you know things are getting real.
I got to get those numbers in quick. So, yeah, so you're just trying to hedge your bet. Again, the chances of 2 goals going in, that's what Brazil needed. So right now you're really playing and saying, where's the momentum of the game? So, Mike, if I had to ask you, like, where do you think this is going? Is this going to penalties? Jim just gave me his. What do you think?
I think it's going to go to penalties.
Okay. And who's going to win in the penalties?
Man, there's a 50-50. I would like Argentina to win, to have, a South American country in the World Cup. But they lost against my country in the Copa America the same way. When it comes to penalties, the best players end up missing the shot.
Yeah, no, penalties. We call it, some people call it pressure. Other people call it, nalgas apretadas.
Nalgas what?
Nalgas apretadas.
Oh.
It sounds so much sexier in Spanish.
Yeah,
everything does, right?
How would you say it in English? Closed butt cheeks.
Yeah, a little tight.
That's how diamonds are made. You squeeze it up, bleep, all of a sudden, diamond comes out.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. Oh man, this is great, man. This is great. Happy you're along. It's PointsBet, JefeBet.com. Every Friday, every weekend, we're here. This is Dimelooo with Ozzie Jr., Mike Ruga, and me, Jim Rodriguez. We do the show every week. We're doing a live watch party here for the Argentina-Netherlands match. They're 2-2 in the first half of extra time. But every Friday, we give out our bets. We gave out our NFL bets at halftime. We're going to post this, obviously on the JefeBet YouTube page and all the social media sites, los redes de JefeBet. So happy you're along. We got to do this again. We got to talk to the bosses, man. This is great.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a good two hours.
Yeah, man, this is great.
It's been 2 hours. This is crazy. Then my wife says you can watch soccer, football, and bet for on PointsBet for 2 hours. But
I mean, I've been smoking cigars, drinking some whiskey, hanging out with my guys. Are you kidding me? What's better than this? And we made some money.
I almost said that I needed to smoke for the show. I almost said that.
Jim, how many fingers am I holding up, Jim?
The outside studio, not the home studio for this.
How many fingers am I holding up, Jim?
I don't know, but that looks like a W sideways to me.
Oh, yeah. That scotch is hitting.
A little Suntory time.
I love it. By the way, we need to, when we do the highlights, la cara de Mike when the goal went in.
Oh, how was my face?
You had Macaulay Culkin.
You were shocked. You was like you walked in on somebody. You definitely have to post that on your Instagram, and like this is what you look like when you are shocked. I didn't know you were joking because my TV is delayed. So I
was gonna say that. Mine's first, right? It shows my results
first, but I didn't know because you had just made the joke that they had scored. But I was like, and it's in a free kick, so I'm like, is he pulling my leg? Because you look like you were acting, like you look like, oh my god, like this is bad. I was like,
I do take acting classes, so say no, nah, but
what's up?
But it was crazy to me how you just said that. And we spoke about it. I mean, Ozzie, isn't it crazy if they make this, they go to penalties and they lose like Brazil, and then 5 minutes later, they made that.
My emotional, and I'm glad that I didn't have money on it because like last night, and again, that's what I talk about. Like I don't get mad at bets, but like last night, I didn't have money on that play. But the NFL bet, okay, the game ends on like a pass, like down the line. And again, that's when you become a fan of either team, even if you don't have this up. But it was just such a heartbreaker if you were a Raiders fan. But if like you were a Raiders fan and had money on the game, or like me, because sometimes, I got kids and stuff. I'll put a bet in, and if I'm not watching the game live, I'm like, that game's won. Like if I had made that Brazil bet, I probably would have like made the bet, and I'm on the show. I would have just focused on the game. I would have gone and looked at other bets, prepared myself for the next game because that game's done. I'm always preparing myself for the next game. And then you look and that goal scores, or like it happens to me a lot in hockey. Like I got the under and someone scores like a 5-second goal, and it's like those are the heartbreakers. Like because mentally, had the game been 0-0 and Brazil lost, I would have been like, okay, we lost. But emotionally, I got so high. So for that Raiders game, because they were the underdogs, like I would have been extremely excited because I would have been counting in my money and said, okay, I made this much money for the week. And then you're losing on last play like that. So like whoever had that game right now, okay, in Las Vegas, we're betting live on PointsBet. You just lost in 10 seconds. You just got taken.
Quickly.
Or the opposite. Or like us, we took a flash, a lightning bet. And now we're about to, we're potentially in play. We've won. And the whole scenario just changed. So that's the hard part. Like emotionally, how do you stay the course, not chase, but stay emotionally?
Well, I'll tell you what. I've got buddies of mine that when they make a bet, they don't watch the game.
Yeah. I don't.
You go crazy. You can go crazy.
Really, it's like that.
I mean, I'll tell you when I'm in Vegas with my wife. I'll be honest with you. I will make all my bets, and then we'll go see a show. We'll have dinner because otherwise, I'll be sitting in that lounge or in that sports book, and I'll never leave.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I don't know. I never left the sports book.
But my hardest thing though is, let's say I pick a team that I know is a very good team, okay, and they come out slow, or in a boxing match, for example, UFC. I got a guy came out a couple rounds, kind of got hit, or a baseball game. It's really hard, that you bet them, and now with live betting, the fact that the other team is winning, for me not to bet the other team, instead of my team, I gotta wait for my guys to come back. That's hard. So I'll just use like enough to like hedge. So that's the hard part though. Like when you're doing the, like if I made an early bet, not to change it in the middle of the game, just because my team was.
What we're describing, Mike, in the business, it's called bad beats. We all have those stories of a bad beat where literally a last second shot, last minute. I mean, if you had Argentina, that last shot to tie the game, that's a bad beat for you.
Yeah, it is.
Correct.
I was not expecting that.
So we got a quick check-in right here, right now. Quick check-in on game stats. So we got the 4 shots on goal. 4 tiros a la portería de Argentina. 2 de the Netherlands. 6 in total. 7 in total for Argentina. So the shots, now they got closer. Still no red cards. Still 6-6 on both yellow cards. In the corners, todavía the low on the corners. We still have the low. We got 2 and 1. So 3 corners in total. And a total of 17 fouls and 13 so sobre el 20, foul fácilmente. So a game of a lot of fouls, but not a lot of corners. And this is the way it looks like it right now. We are looking that we are going to potential penalties. But again, remember the second goal, 1 goal came in the first half of the Brazil game, and the second goal came in the second half. So it was 1 and 1. Remember, no golden goal. tiene que jugar full time. You have to play full time. So again,
the extra time scoring, if you have the Netherlands 1-0 in 1-0 in extra time, it's plus 475 at PointsBet. If you've got Argentina 1-0 in extra time, it's plus 425.
Yes, and you can still bet the qualifying. You still got, again, Argentina still negative 125 to qualify to the next round. To win in penalties, again, look, it just went drop. Now it's very even. Extra time results, we still got the extra time results plus 500 for the Netherlands compared to obviously Argentina at only 450 and 275 the draw. Obviously, the people and the odds are in favor of the draw. So again, at this point, I can double down with the Netherlands y apostar todos los Netherlands, or obviamente go to and try to split the money with Argentina.
Amazing stuff. 2-2 in extra time, the first half of extra time, for a date with Croatia in the Final Four, the semifinals.
What do you think Croatia's doing right now?
I think they're partying. I think they have no clue who they're going to play. I think they are drinking and partying. I hope so. They can worry about it tomorrow. That's what I'd be doing.
Like at that point, like, do you even care? To be honest, like who you play, I wouldn't.
Yeah, man.
I wouldn't care. I would just be so pumped that
I mean, maybe the coaching staff, but if I'm the players, if I'm certainly the fans.
No, as a betting man, I've always gone away from, like, I'd rather face opponent this guy because it's going to be easier, because it's always come and bit me in the ass. Siempre me muerde el culo. Si me gusta, bueno, vamos a jugar contra este equipo porque es más fácil que este equipo. I just think you just go out and play. You just go out and play and prepare yourself. I'm super excited about the Portugal game. Ronaldo probably won't start. They got that superstar kid who scored the 3 goals the last match. So I'm probably going to bet him on the prop bets tomorrow. I'm taking that. But I'm going to take tomorrow. I'm going to take the draw probably for both games because it gives me a plus 1,000. And I'm going to bet the first half of both games ending at 0-0. So
nice.
Unbelievable, the turn of events here. I mean, our Netherlands scoring in like the 10th minute of stoppage time to take this to extra time. Unbelievable. 2-2.
And right now, again, I got minute 14:43. We're looking at the we got obviously an extra time right now at the half.
Halftime.
So they're in there doing their halftime show. And again, at this point, you're basically taking out the gas mask and telling your coach, get me in, take me out. But this is what you train for. This is a moment of why you train.
Okay. Exactly. And a lot of it's got to be just adrenaline too. Just so fired up.
I'm mamado. Estás mamado.
Mamation.
Wow, it's been intense.
Oh, intense is an understatement. Intense is an understatement, my friend. Intense is an understatement. Intense is an understatement.
Yeah, we were talking about how those were like the longest 10 minutes for Argentina and how it was so quick for the Netherlands. It's crazy that we're 2-2 in extra time.
Man, this is really about to go to penalty.
And here's a part from a strategy standpoint, okay, that you guys saw that the fouls kind of slowed down because obviously they don't want a team to have a penalty. So
we are at halftime.
I was actually going to give.
So Ozzie, let's reset this at halftime. What are we looking at now for the second half of extra time? I really think, I still think I like my bet of the Netherlands winning extra time 1-0. I still like that. I think to your point, all the momentum, but that Messi, by the way, last goal still in play too.
It is. The Messi down is still in play. And sorry, you guys just caught me in the middle of looking at MLB futures bet because I wanted to see if there was any bets that I could take at PointsBet right now for teams obviously landing I saw rumors on Korea and New York, and I want to see if the odds were up for that. So my apologies, but going in right now, we're looking at I'm always working. And so like right now, the qualify, we still got plus money at the Netherlands. We got the game props at plus 165 to win in penalties. Again, that dropped down 100 points in the American odds. And then extra time results, we still got the Netherlands. I got the Netherlands winning in extra time. We also got that one goal. We said that, someone would win it in extra times. And again, the correct score is still up there. You can still bet 650, okay, for the Netherlands. Obviously, the draw doesn't have there, and then still plus money at 425 Argentina. From a betting standpoint, we still got on our bets, we still got the corner bet still up and running. We still have not. We're still winning that one on the low end of the bet, and on the penalty ones, we still took the Netherlands at plus money. So that's still alive, and then the action just restarted again.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, plus 650 for the Netherlands to score the goal and win in extra time. Plus 650. And again, they got to play the whole match. It's not sudden death. It's not whoever scores the game's over. They got to play the whole 15 minutes, and then if it's then you go to penalty.
Correct.
Corner kick from Messi. Oof.
Yeah, the corner kick is not helpful for anybody right now. They're all setting up as we are speaking.
This is bananas. What a day it's been in the World Cup. What a day.
Oh, yes. And this is one of the hardest things, like when I have different streaming services, again, for the World Cup and for matches, because, again, trying to get the best real time so I can make the best decisions, best educated guesses.
I mean, these players, by the way, Ozzie and Mike, they've got to be exhausted, right? They've got to be done.
Oh, correcto. Yes, of course. Like I said earlier, like you're playing with you're battling with fumes. Okay, you're leaving it all on the pitch because you this is what you train for. Not only the mentality of the rest. Your perfect gets a lot more because now you don't want to make the wrong call again because the call that you're going to make. It's gonna affect either or. It's gonna affect one of the teams. One way or the other. So you're trying to be as neutral as possible when it comes to that 110%. Again, this is something that teams are prepared for. We know that World Cup stuff in other matches, you would just worry about, take the tie and move on, but you can't do that in this case because why? Well, there is no tomorrow. This is it. This is what you prepare for 4 years.
And if the players, you don't want to make that mistake that leads to a goal. You don't want to be the one that causes your team to lose the match. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So yes, you're more timid. Okay, possibly again, you don't want to overexpose yourself on mistakes that you might make. Okay, and that's just something that it comes with nature. It's like playing extra innings in a baseball game. And again, when you are gambling, you don't want to expose yourself and say, okay, I'm going to go really heavy on a match that can go 50-50. Unless you really have an insight on a player or whatnot, because it's really hard.
If you're a player and maybe even a fan, do you say, hey, let's just hold off and let's get the penalty kicks?
I don't like penalties. Again, if you would have told me that Brazil was going to lose it's like, for example, si tú me fuera hecho a mí, like, okay, Brazil's going to lose in penalties, I would have said never. Why? Vinicius would have been taking the first kick. But the change that they had, okay, that they had a change in the play and in the roster, but that because of that they lost. Vinicius was not kicking the penalties, and we've seen that weaker teams have actually won in penalties. So penalties, anything can happen. Yo no soy fanático de los penaltis porque el partido puede terminar en cualquier forma.
It is a dangerous way to live right there. Penalty kicks, absolutely. So to me, let's try to win this thing now.
Yeah, like I was saying before, when Chile beat Argentina in penalties, before that, they was kicking our ass throughout the whole game. They were basically dominating us.
I'm gonna be honest. Your national squad is probably one of the biggest surprises in a long time in Latin America, because they were. I had them 2 World Cup ago. I thought they might come out and potentially win the World Cup, and then they didn't make the following World Cup, and then they missed this one. And kind of like couldn't figure it out, but they were a force to be reckoned with for a while.
Yeah, at one point, I think I'll say like from 2014, 13 to 2017, we had one of the strongest teams that Chile ever had in history. In Chile history.
Yeah, so
like, how do we become La Copa America champions back to back and almost make it so far to the World Cup to not even making it?
I read, by the way, maybe I'm wrong, I heard Copa America is coming to the U.S.
Yeah.
And again, Copa America is a great kind of tell. Again, one of the strongest parts of the world of who's the World Cup. So,
it's basically a South American World Cup that it's going to involve some North American teams.
And my favorite thing about PointsBet is that they carry leagues from all over the world. So I can bet Brazilian soccer. I can bet soccer from Argentina. I can bet the Champions League. I can bet the Europa League. So when we're not doing soccer, obviously the World Cup, I'm still, and this is how I got my practice. I'm still doing this same type of engagement in the world in the other leagues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Argentina just got a yellow card.
Yeah, that was definitely a card though. That's a hard foul. Again, same situation, same free kick. It's like if you can get something, this is what you got to take it right here.
I'm not saying nothing this time. I don't want to jinx nothing.
Well, Mike, I'm gonna be honest with you. Mike, we have action. Mike, we're going. I'm gonna be honest. I'm rooting for the Netherlands because I got money now on the Netherlands heavy on this side.
And business is business.
And business is business. With all respect to and again, Brazil's out. Might as well everybody from South America go home. People are gonna say I'm a hater, man. I'm watching this with a freaking Neymar jersey on. It's like I'm crying, like because I wanted a rematch. Oh my god! Oh, the ball's in the box. Take a shot from the outside. What are they calling? Offside. This referee he's got a whole.
Oh wow! Your TV is that late?
Yeah, I just saw that play right now. I was like, wait, what is this guy doing?
Oh, wow.
I'm actually trying to find the quickest feed. What channel you got it on?
I got it on Telemundo.
See the Latinos, man, more than that one. I'm on the stream for World Cup, and I'm like, I'm gonna get on Telemundo probably on the.
I'm streaming it on Telemundo through my cable provider because I cut the cord, so I stream.
Yeah, I stream. I got like a World Cup package, and I'm not gonna lie, I think it's coming. I'm not gonna lie. I think the feed comes from Qatar. But it's got great coverage. But like I'm like a little bit delayed. But there's also it's one of those things. Like I got like 9 streams, like in 9 different like languages. But to me, it doesn't matter because they're all.
Well, and also the Wi-Fi in my house. It's like I'm running a small nation in my house between my kids and the streaming.
Ooh!
Bananas.
That was.
It's making everybody. Okay, here we go. Okay, now we're in real time. Okay, no, we're not. And for anybody who says that soccer is no fun in America, you need to watch.
Soccer is amazing because, I think any sport when it's win or go home, any elimination game format, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I think Joe Rogan recently had a comment that said soccer is like the worst sport to watch.
Yeah, Dana White killed him.
Yeah.
And I think now because of places like PointsBet, like you can lay action on a match, that you could do certain things in a game. I think that the sport's going to grow because it's just like hockey. Anything can happen at any given moment. And I think it's a great, again, when you have a game that is at this level of win or go home, that's what we could love game sevens in basketball. Right?
Facts. If you don't like soccer, you a boring motherfucker.
No, it's an amazing sport. Again, anytime you get a winner go home, a loser go home scenario, everything is magnified. Every play, every goal. And I tell you what, you might have converted some people into soccer fans after these two games today. Amazing.
Oh, sure.
Definitely.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
What I've always loved about soccer more than anything else is the reactions of the players when they miss a goal or when something goes. They look like it's been the end of the world for them because they know, like, I could have been rich. Like the cat that scored the goal for the Netherlands to tie it up. That guy's never going to pay for anything in his life in the Netherlands ever again.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
That guy walks into a restaurant. That guy walks into a bar. I got this. Sit down. I got this.
Man, those were close.
Hey, you're watching our watch party. This is from JefeBet.com. We're using the PointsBet application. Go to PointsBet.com. Sign up. It's amazing. Happy you're along with us. We're in extra time. We're in the second half of extra time. 2-2, Argentina and the Netherlands.
Yeah, you're in the minute 116, so obviously.
Kicks are coming.
So we got so void if no shootout. So we got feature wagers right here. We got Messi to score a penalty, minus 667. Okay. We got penalty to hit the woodwork. Emiliano Martinez to save 2 or more penalties. First 8 penalties, all to be scored. First 10 penalties, all to be scored. Emiliano Martinez to save. So we got action on the actual penalty kicks.
I love that there's a prop that the ball will hit the crossbar. I love it.
Yeah, plus 200.
I'll take it. Sign me up.
So the goalie for the Netherlands is Danny Noppert.
And right now, if you're the referee, you got to swallow your whistle, right? You're not calling anything.
No, I think if you can't risk calling something and risking the match to end in the way in that way. That's just extremely you never want to do that. And to win in penalties, we got plus 110 for the Netherlands, plus 105 for Argentina.
Couple minutes away from penalty kicks. And again, it seems like all the action has been on the Netherlands side of the pitch.
Yeah, at this point. Uh-oh. Now, this is a World Cup match.
Quarterfinal between the Netherlands and Argentina. They're going to remember this for a long, long time. What a day in soccer.
Messi.
What a day in football. Oh, they call it the beautiful game, right? And it's been the beautiful game today.
Well,
yeah, not for Brazil, though.
Jogo bonito.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for a while, that one. It's going to hurt.
Yeah. How long you think? 2 months?
I don't know, man. In Brazil, it's going to linger. Maybe 4 years.
Damn.
And again, for me, it's like I'm usually not invested emotionally on a team because again, I'm doing live wagering. I work obviously doing Dimelooo and whatnot. And I try to be as transparent as possible, and I'll root for teams here and there. But like I'm emotionally invested in Brazil, so it was like because I thought they were gonna win. I thought they were again. I still got I now I look at storylines. You got Messi, you got obviously Ronaldo, but again, I'm looking at my best odds and and you take it. I just took right now Danny Dorper to stop 2 or more penalties because that's how it's going to end. The first, all the 8 penalties to land, that means that every single round. So right now in penalties, Mike, how it works is everybody takes a shot. So obviously if everybody goes through, which is 8, the first go through, then they have to go through another, everybody starts getting added on as they go along. So we got the game props there. Netherlands, Argentina, still negative numbers.
Ooh, Messi, man. Almost. He's man.
We got the live action, my friend. The live action.
Bro, that one hit the pole. That one hit the pole.
I'm loving that plus 200 that a penalty shot is going to hit the woodwork. I love it.
Yeah, because you're rooting every single time for every person to yank it.
I'm loving it. I mean, you're looking for a doink.
Yes, you are. Okay, we got a live feed here at 120. Well, I was going to find the right one. We got a 120.34. This is 121. So they got a minute extra. See if I can find a better one.
I know in the Super Bowl, that's usually a prop bet if somebody's going to hit the crossbar or if somebody's going to hit the goalpost during a field goal.
Well, like if Nick Cannon shows wilding out was a sport, I would bet like on what Mike was going to wear. Like what
color like beanie he'd wear.
Yeah, like what color beanie? What's Mike's first? Like what's Mike's first?
First joke.
First joke. I'm not gonna lie. I like to flex. So if Mike ever came to Chicago, and I would obviously go to his show, I would ask him though to tell me what jokes he was gonna say or like what the kind of like what was gonna happen, so I could tell my friends like, oh yeah, I think this is what they're gonna open up with, and then it would be like just a major flex.
Well, we are going to penalty kicks, my friend. Let's reset PointsBet.com and let's look at some penalty props.
Ozzie Jr. has $1 to win $350. That's called investment. So we got Messi to score a penalty. The bet is voided if Messi does not take a penalty shot, but that doesn't happen. Messi does have a history. I wish that they had Messi misses. I wonder what the odds of that on be that. A penalty to hit the woodwork. That means it hits the crossbar. Martinez, obviously the Latino Argentina goalie, to stop 2 or more. Danny Dorper to save 2 or more. Danny has been having a great match. Emiliano Martinez, my friend, just sent me a message and said, before they made the bet, he said, Emiliano Martinez looks like a deer in the headlights. That's why I'm betting the opposite. First 8 penalties to be scored. Obviously, they go through the whole line, plus 400. The first 10 penalties to be scored, plus 700. Emiliano Martinez to save 3 or more penalties, plus 1,200. That's hard for either goalie because that means that they're stopping and both sides are doing it. So if you're going to bet it for Emiliano, might as well bet it for Danny as well, because that means that both teams are hitting as well as somebody probably hit the woodwork. So here it is, man. Everybody in the Netherlands is talking, saying, hey, guys, this is it. This is the funny part. The guy that you probably thought was an asshole, or the tipo que no te caía bien, is probably going to take a penalty kick for your national team right now because Messi can't take all the 5 shots. And Messi doesn't have a good history about penalty kicks. I don't want to mention it.
He's the worst. He's the worst of it.
Bro, if they knock out.
That's how Mexico got eliminated, because he missed the penalty kick, right?
If they knock out 2 South American countries, I'm going to be pissed.
Oh, man. No one's getting deported, so we're good, bud.
But we all know football and soccer are like.
You know what? I'm not a big fan. By the way, I'm going to say this right now. I'm not a huge fan of the Americans, and I consider myself an American, chanting it's called soccer. We're the only country that just calls it that. Let's just live with it, but let's not make it a thing.
Yeah, I didn't like that chant.
We call it something else, but like, let's not be like, this is what it's supposed to be called. I'm just throwing that one out there as a sports fan. Like,
and I'm glad you did, because I didn't like that one either.
Yeah, like we call it something else. We're weird. It's cool, but like we don't have.
I guess, Mike, where does the word soccer come from? Like what?
I don't know. And again, I know we do a lot of different things in Latin America. Like we do different things in the United States, which is fine. But like that one is like everywhere in the world. The word sounds familiar. The word kind of looks the same. say one of those words like for example, baseball in Latin America, people are like, how do you say this in baseball? It's like you use all the English terms. When I used to cover the NBA, people are like, what are you talking about? Dunk. I'm like, because we say dunk in Spanish, like the words translate like in the sports. But in soccer, we've made in the United States, we've kind of made this word kind of a thing. Just leave it here, but like don't promote it. Like people chanting it, making shirts. It's called soccer. Like, calm down, guys. Like, let's just slow down a bit.
We're like, hold on now.
And even though people say all the time, like the United States is very good at soccer, but I'm not gonna lie, a lot of our top athletes don't play the sport because we have a lot of competition amongst a million sports.
Yeah.
But again, it's a very hard sport because you have to actually be good because so many people play it. But again, the MLS is growing, the sport's growing, but just keep the soccer thing locally.
First shot of the penalties taking place.
I love the walk. It's usually like a better version.
Long walk.
Two things are happening in that walk. You're saying I got this, or you're just pooping your pants.
Se la tapó. All
right, so the Netherlands.
I hit my. If you bet Martinez, okay, for the stop, you have one. So now you just need one more, and you just win that plus 200 bet.
Here comes Messi for the kick.
And remember, we got Dabur for the bet.
What are y'all watching over there? What's showing so far?
Well, we're a little bit lagged from your end. So
yeah, he just made the save on mine.
Yeah, same on mine. So you're like on a special channel.
All right, Messi's about to kick.
You're on the Ruga Express, I think.
Right now, from a bet
I'm on the JefeBet PointsBet Express.
By the way, so right now, from a betting standpoint, you have one stop from Martinez. So he made his stop. So you only need one more to get that plus 350.
I just need a crossbar. I just need somebody to hit the crossbar, to hit the post. That's all I want.
So look, somebody just missed the penalty kick. It went plus 350 for the Netherlands to qualify for the semifinals. That's how quickly it changed here at PointsBet.
Yep. Live betting at its finest. So here's Messi. Come on, hit the post. Somebody hit the post.
I'm going to stay quiet just for y'all.
Well, I know he made it because if you would have missed it, you would have been like, oh, no.
Nah, I'm keeping my expressions in.
Well, that pressure right there for...
I tell you, I don't know, honestly, if I was a fan of Argentina or either side, I don't know how you can go out and party tonight. I'm exhausted.
Oh, for sure. So he must have stopped it again because Netherlands just went plus 1,100 to advance. So he stops it. So Martinez definitely, you probably hit that second bet.
Yeah, he did stop.
I will say I will say this thing about football, that all the matches, and he stopped it again. All these matches and stuff like that to end on a penalty kick, it's almost like
it's hard. But that bet, by the way, that bet with Martinez, you just made it. You just made that bet. You just won it. You just definitely won that bet. So if you're watching the game here live, this is the odds changing. Obviously, it's in real time. So Martinez, obviously, you just won that bet. Great stop too. They both guessed.
The twitch, the twitch muscles, the twitch reflexes, unbelievable.
Yeah, he's doing great.
Just need a crossbar. That's all Daddy needs. I mean, I trust me. This has been a winning day with that 2-2 draw at 28-1. I'm good with that. So now I'm getting greedy. Oh, almost hit the crossbar. Goal, Argentina.
Almost. So right now, if Martinez stops it, his match is done. Right now, if he stops it, it's done.
Yeah, the Netherlands has to make the next 3 penalty kicks, or Argentina needs to make 2 more.
Correct.
Or a stop by Argentina.
Yeah. Martinez right now, though, he's playing with house money. Like he's just stopped. Right. Yeah, he just won people bets.
Well, after giving up that goal with like in the 12th minute of stoppage time, at 90 plus 12, he's definitely making up for it. We continue.
The walk of shame. It could be the walk of shame or the walk of you did well.
So Argentina could still make one, and the Netherlands is still alive. It's 2-1 penalty kicks for Argentina. This has been an amazing day here with JefeBet and PointsBet. Happy you spent some time with us. We're going to have to do this again, man. What a day. And hopefully we made you some cash.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, here we go. Again, Netherlands missed. Game over.
So a Martinez save ends it, or one more Argentina penalty kick ends it?
No, Martinez penalty kick ends it, but they got to keep shooting if it's going alive.
Right. So if Netherlands misses it, it's over.
Yes, correct. It's a nail biter. Wow. That one, again, the crossbar bet's still open. Right here, if there is a block right here, this, again, it can get extended past the 8.
You made it. Come on. Now, an Argentina goal ends it.
Basically, the one I'm watching, like the one him, he's walking up to the ball.
Because the most the Netherlands could make is 3. And Argentina already has 3.
Yeah, I think this is it.
A goal by Argentina, and it's over. And it's off.
And it's over.
And it's off to Croatia. It's next, and then it's up to the Croatia game. Hit the crossbar, will you?
Hit the crossbar, plus 200.
Crossbar, you're already there.
Plus 200.
Amazing time.
Oh, he almost hit that crossbar. Oh, they should count it as a crossbar.
You should, right? It's your ticket.
Oh, Lord.
Still alive. Netherlands is still alive.
This is crazy.
They want to win this bad boy. Lives in here at our friends at JefeBet, PointsBet.
So once again, Netherlands has to make it to stay alive.
Yes. Oh, it's up to the goalie. It's up to the goalie. It's up to the goalie. Oh. Argentina has to take this penalty shot. It is all riding here. A goal advances Argentina to play Croatia in the semifinal. A block.
This is the time to hit the crossbar, Ozzie and Mike. This is
probably one of the worst. Oh, somebody has got a yellow card. The bench got a yellow card. Who knows? I just saw a yellow card flying, though. That was awkward.
You get a yellow card, and you get a yellow card, and you get a yellow card.
You think he Oprah?
All right, this is it. This is the moment. Argentina makes this. They're on to the semifinal.
I gotta stop looking at the bets. Like, we're telling people on the bet. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen for a second because you can tell by the odds.
What a day. What a day it's been here.
So I'm like Nostradamus. I bet he misses it. From what I'm watching on my end, just because I saw the odds change. Game over.
Wow. Finally.
And that's it.
That's it. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen.
Nah.
No, Argentina. We out here, baby.
The semis against Croatia.
Latinos.
Wow. By the way, if you won that bet, if it was a plus, like I said, the goalie Martinez, you won that bet. We definitely won the bet on looking at the live betting for match stats, game stats, real quick. Messi's happy. He's smiling. At least he made it because
look at the goalie crying on the floor.
What a remarkable day
he's
spending with us here at JefeBet.
No, but I will say this: Netherlands went out fighting.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they got.
Oh, they went down. They went down with the fight. Nothing to be proud of. So nothing to be ashamed of. Okay, so we made some money. We did this. We loved it. Hopefully you learned something from us. Looking forward to doing it again. Thank you to our friends at PointsBet. Thank you guys for joining us for this amazing afternoon.
What an amazing time. Yeah. And again, we made some money. Hope you learned something. PointsBet, pointsbet.com. That's the site. You go on there, sign up, and they'll take care of you. And, of course, every weekend, the three of us, Mike Ruga, Ozzie Jr., and me, with Dimelooo, with all our bets. We gave you our NFL bets. Hopefully you're going to go with that. Hopefully you're using PointsBet for it. For all of us here at JefeBet, for all of us at Dimelooo, thanks for hanging out with us. We'll have to do this again. For Ozzie, for Mike, I'm Jim. Dimelooo!
Dimelooo.